The Honorable Penny Askew presiding. Please be seated and come to order.
Swear affirm to accurately take and transcribe the proceedings in this case to the best of your ability under penalty of law. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Carroll, are we ready for the jury?
If I may,
Yes.
I'd like to address a preliminary matter.
Sure. Do you? Oh, you don't have to approach. They're not here. That's fine. That's okay.
I'm going to go through approximately 80 photos.
Okay.
With my very witnesses.
Sure.
During the course of the morning. Mr. Carroll has had the opportunity to look at those.
Could you just use the microphone? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Mr. Carroll has had the opportunity to review those photos, but would like his client to do so. I
Okay.
believe it would take approximately 5 minutes, just because he's seen the pictures before. It's just understanding which ones I'm offering. If we could have 5 minutes for him to look at the photos, it would eliminate the need for me to say, offer into evidence,
Well,
offer into
that's
evidence.
something to do before trial. Court starts at 10. We have the jury ready.
Yes, ma'am, I did attempt to do that on a number of occasions. I don't think Mr. Carroll was able to get them to his client, which is the issue. On Mr. Carroll's behalf, I'm asking that if we can take a few minutes for his client to review them, it would expedite the process of admitting them into evidence. They would be able to admit without
If you could
objection.
do it right
in
now,
bulk.
right here, I'm not going anywhere. We're ready to start trial.
As long as he can see them, that's the thing.
And they're connected, and I can scroll through them on his screen right now.
If that's what you want to do.
I feel like I have to.
Okay. I would prefer that this happens before trial.
Excuse me?
I would prefer that this had happened before we're ready with the jury sitting behind,
So
waiting for us. Do you have restitution? Okay. So she's going through.
Just let me know when you're ready. And that one would not be displayed. We stopped at the last, at 156.
All right. And Mr. Carey, then you're not going to have any objections to any of these photos coming into evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. That'll be fine. We're ready for the jury then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness,
Thank you, Judge. The Commonwealth would call Officer Kenner Fortner.
Fortner, Officer
Yes.
Fortner.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
All right. Can you please state your name and spell it for the court record?
Kenner Fortner, Kenner, Fortner.
All right. And how are you employed?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant with the Fairfax County Police Department.
How long have you been with Fairfax County?
I've been with Fairfax County for 10 years.
Were you assigned to a particular unit in 2023?
I was a crime scene detective in 2023.
All right. And were you in that role on February 24th, 2023?
I was.
Okay. On that date, did you respond to an incident on Stablebrook Way?
I did.
Why were you called out?
I was called out to assist with the scene documentation of a reported homicide.
And what was your role in that investigation?
I took scene photographs.
Okay. And let me hear from you. What did you observe upon your arrival?
When I arrived on scene, the scene had already been secured by patrol officers. Christine Banfield had been transported to the hospital, and the only person remaining within the scene was Joseph Ryan, who had been declared deceased.
So let me start you with some photographs. Judge, if I can offer into evidence Commonwealths 80 through 89 and have those published to the witness,
All right.
the jury,
80
and the gallery.
Through 89 in evidence and can be published to the jury and gallery. No objection. Carried.
All right, thank you. So starting with this first picture, Commonwealth's 80, starting outside of the home on Stablebrook Way, how many cars did you observe?
There were 4 cars of interest.
Okay, and this picture here, what do we see?
This is a black Hyundai Tucson.
Were you able to later determine who it was primarily driven by?
It was a government-owned vehicle registered to the IRS, driven by Brendan Banfield.
All right, thank you. And in this photograph, we see 2 more vehicles. Can you tell me about them?
Yes, so in the driveway, the vehicle parked in the left spot of the driveway is a navy blue Volkswagen ID that was registered to Christine Banfield. The silver Jeep Cherokee on the right parking space is registered to a Constance Ryan.
All right. And this particular vehicle, this photograph was taken in your shop, is that correct?
This was taken in the crime scene vehicle bay. It was originally parked in the cul-de-sac.
Okay, and do we know who this car was registered to or driven by?
This vehicle was registered to a Brendan Banfield.
Okay.
Is that 82, just for the record, when you show?
Yes, ma'am, I
Oh,
apologize.
that's fine.
So this was 82,
Okay, thank you.
the white Ford Fusion. All right, moving into the basement of the home, is it entirely below ground or does it have an above ground exit?
The basement exit is a walkout style, which is level to the ground.
Okay, and can you describe the layout of the basement?
Yes, so if you are standing at the basement stairs, directly to your left at this doorway here leads to an unfinished storage area. If you can continue forward a few feet, you'd be standing in the living room area of the basement, which also included a desk and computer. To the right of the living room area is a bedroom. And then to the left of the living room area was a home gym workout area. And then if you orient yourself to where you're now looking at the workout area with the living room behind you, along the left wall was a bathroom. And then finally, another door which led to the same storage unfinished area.
So in your walk through the basement, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Okay. Looking at this photograph here, Commonwealth's 83. Can you tell me, was there a gate at the bottom of the basement stairs?
there was.
Okay, from the photograph, it appears to be about hip height. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay, well, my hips anyway. Perhaps someone taller, it's lower, but did it look like it was intended to serve a purpose?
at the time that I found it is as it was in this photo.
All right. Did you notice a lock on the door at the top of the basement stairs?
Yes,
Okay, so looking at Commonwealth's 84 here, is that a photograph of the lock that you observed?
that is a photograph of the lock that I observed.
Okay, was it engaged when you saw it?
No, it's as it was.
Okay. Moving up to the first floor, there was a kitchen and a living area?
Yes,
Okay, so looking at Commonwealth's 85, is this a photograph of the angle of the living area from the kitchen?
yes,
Okay. In this photograph, can I draw your attention to the window area and the stationary object in front of it? Can you
yes.
tell me what that was?
That was a bar cart style counter with 2 bar stools in front of it.
Okay. What, if anything, did you find in the kitchen?
There was a laptop on the kitchen island.
So here in Commonwealth's 86, are you able to see the laptop?
Yes, it's on the right-hand
Is
corner.
it the black object here in the corner?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Did you find what was later identified as Christine Banfield's cell phone?
yes,
Looking at Commonwealth's 87, is this the bar cart you previously described?
it is. This is the back side of the bar cart.
Okay, and where did you find the phone?
The phone is going to be in the middle top drawer of this bar cart.
All right, so looking at Commonwealth's 88, is that the drawer you're talking about extended?
Yes,
Okay, and what do we see there in the middle of the drawer?
it's going to be the cell phone in question.
All right, Commonwealth's 89, is that the cell phone?
Yes,
And Commonwealth's 90, is this the back side of the phone that you found?
yes.
90, we hadn't put in evidence yet, so I took
Oh, I
that off the
apologize.
screen. So do you want 90 in?
I do.
evidence? And I understand there's no objections on 90 in evidence. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Shannon.
Judge, I would then offer Commonwealth's 91 through 97 into evidence.
All right, again, I understand there's no objection. Okay, all
And I
right.
apologize, Judge, I think I had said 98 originally and was just not clear in my speech.
Okay,
Thank you. All
90
right.
to 97, okay.
Detective Forner, did you have the opportunity to then move upstairs in the home?
Yes,
All right, and did you take photographs of the bedroom belonging to Juliana?
yes.
Okay, is this that bedroom?
This is her bedroom.
And how did you identify this bedroom as hers?
There's a Brazilian flag, excuse me, above the bed, and I also was able to locate an expired Virginia driver's license for Juliana on a dresser.
All right. Commonwealth's 92, is this still her bedroom?
Yes.
What is it that we see on the dresser to the left?
There are hygiene products.
Her personal effects?
Yes.
All right. Commonwealth's 93, is this Juliana's closet?
This is.
All right. Was there anything that caught your attention in that closet?
There were red lingerie style clothing items, and then the yellow t-shirt with the green border on the sleeves.
Did you have the opportunity to look for any signs of forced entry in the home?
I did.
Okay, and did you make any observations that would have indicated there was a struggle at any other area in the home other than the primary bedroom?
I did not locate any obvious signs.
Thank you. Did you have the opportunity to return to the home on October 13th, 2023?
I did.
Why were you there on that date?
For a subsequent search warrant.
Okay, and on that date, did you again photograph the house?
I did.
Did you inspect the bedroom that had been Juliana's?
Yes.
Directing you to Commonwealth's 94, is this the same room?
This is the same room.
How were you able to identify it?
The Brazilian flag above the bed.
Did you notice that anything had changed?
There were no longer any items in the closet.
How about anywhere else in the room? Were her personal effects still on that dresser, if you recall?
I do not recall the dresser.
Okay. Did you eventually find her clothes?
I did.
Where did you find them?
They had been moved to the primary bedroom's closet.
Commonwealth's 95, is this the primary bedroom closet?
Yes.
And was there anything that you saw in the closet that made it clear to you they were Juliana's clothes?
There were the red lingerie style clothing items and the yellow t-shirt with the green hem on the sleeves.
All right, and Commonwealth's 96, another angle of the same closet,
Yes.
and we see the yellow and green shirt there on the second row.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Had there been any other changes in the primary bedroom?
They had gotten new flooring, new bedroom furniture, and pictures that had once featured Brendan and Christine had been taken down and replaced with Brendan and Juliana together.
So showing you Commonwealth's 97, is this the primary bedroom?
This is.
In October of 2023, 8 months after the murders.
Yes.
And I'm gonna zoom in here. Is this one of the photographs you were speaking of?
It is.
Okay. And did we see others in the room?
Yes. That is a second photo.
Okay. All right. Detective Forner, I don't have any other questions for you. Please answer any directed to you by Mr. Carroll.
All right, cross-examination.
Detective Forner, there's just a couple of questions based on some of the things that you said, not too many. Commonwealth's number 94 is obviously a picture, and in a moment it shows something, but there were questions asked about you doing an investigation as to any other signs of struggle or forced entry in the house other than the master bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what would you do to come to the conclusion that there was none of those things?
So I would inspect all of the doors to see if there are any obvious signs or damage to the framing of the door, which I did not find. There were no debris found on the ground to indicate anything had broken. In terms of the furniture in the house, I didn't see anything turned over in an unusual manner to indicate there was struggle or forced entry anywhere.
When did you do that in relation to the incident?
So when I first arrived on scene, my primary task was taking scene photos as everything was. And as I was doing that, I was also checking those areas.
Okay, so this happened instantaneously on February 24th.
Upon my arrival, yes.
And when was that?
Just after 9 a.m.
Okay. And so at that point, had you had any sort of a briefing as to what the expectations were with this crime scene?
Just that it was a report of a homicide.
Okay. Was there anything that suggested a break-in or anybody say there was going to be a break-in?
No, no one had indicated that.
Okay. So this is just something that you do as part of your crime scene duties?
Correct, just documenting.
Okay. And it wasn't surprising for you after you kind of heard more about the case that there weren't forced entry or other signs of struggle anywhere other than the master bedroom?
I wouldn't expect to see struggle anywhere other than the master bedroom.
Okay. Now, the places where you chose to take pictures, were you directed to take certain pictures, or do you just go ahead and just take as many pictures as you can and then see where it goes from there?
So my ultimate goal when I'm taking scene photographs are to take overall photographs to indicate everything as best I can. Typically, these come from the four corners of the room from different angles. And then if there's an area of interest, I then come in and take mid-range and then close-up pictures of those items or areas of interest.
And those were your decisions, I guess, was the question I was asking.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
Is this witness subject to recall?
He is not.
Do you need to? Okay, you're free to go, sir. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Your Honor.
All right, your next witness,
Detective O.J. Faulk.
Detective Faulk.
And Your Honor, if you will terminate the display.
It is.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Olin J. Faulk IV. Faulk spelled F as in Frank, A-U-L-K.
Thank you. Directing your attention to February 24th of 2023. On that date, how were you employed?
I was employed as a crime scene detective with the Fairfax County Police Department.
Are you now retired?
I am retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Taking you back to that day, did you have the opportunity to investigate a vehicle later determined to belong to Joseph Ryan?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. What were you able to see upon your inspection of that vehicle?
Within the vehicle on the driver's floorboard, there were two red cellular phones laying underneath the brake and the gas pedal.
All right. I'm going to show you a picture that's been marked as Commonwealth 155. I'm going to ask that that be admitted into evidence along with 156 and displayed to the jury and the gallery.
No objection, correct?
Yes.
All right. Detective Faulk, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the telephones that you observed in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And directing you to 156, is that another photograph of the phones?
It is with the door open.
Okay. And were those items collected as evidence to your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Okay. Had you disturbed them prior to taking these photos?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so that's where you found them.
Yes.
All right. That's all I have for this witness, Judge. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination. All right, is this witness subject to recall?
He is not.
All right, you're free to go, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, your next witness,
Detective Terry Leech.
Detective Leech.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
It's Terry Leech, Terry Leach.
How are you currently employed?
With the Fairfax County Police.
Are you assigned to a particular unit?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do for that unit?
I'm a detective with the Major crime scene unit.
All right. How long have you held that position?
I've been with the crime scene unit for 22 years, with the last 8.5 in major crimes.
All right. Were you employed in that role on February 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On that date, did you respond to an incident at Stablebrook Way?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately what time did you arrive?
It was approximately 9:44 a.m.
All right. And who was on scene when you arrived, if you recall?
When I got on scene, there was several patrol units, homicide detectives. From my unit, there was Detective Faulk, Detective Forner, Sergeant Forner now, and Detective Szyminski and myself.
All right. What was your role in this investigation?
I was assigned as the lead crime scene detective.
And what are the general responsibilities of a lead crime scene detective?
The lead crime scene detectives is the primary liaisons between the crime scene section and the lead homicide detective. We're also responsible for managing the scene, delegating out tasks. We also work if there's any needs for any more personnel or equipment. We go with our supervisors. And after we clear scenes, we're responsible for all the evidence handling, documentation. If there's any lab submissions or anything like that, we take care of it.
And that role carries through to today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So if we want evidence, it's coming from you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. When you entered the Banfield's primary bedroom on that day, February 24th, 2023, what were your initial observations?
When you first go into the bedroom, on your left-hand side would be I call it a sitting area. It's like a little side room. We're separated from the main bedroom area by a see-through fireplace. In the main room, you had a bed, and it had a nightstand on each side. To your immediate right would be a long dresser with a TV on top of it. On the far wall was a tall dresser. On that same wall as the dresser with the TV was the double doors that led into the primary bathroom, which then had a closet off of it.
Okay. How did you and your team go about documenting this scene?
Once we did our initial walkthrough, we first did photography. We did all our photos, and then I had Detective Szyminski go through with the Faro laser scanner.
All right. Tell me about that Faro laser scanner. What does it do?
The Faro is a laser device, and it sits on top of a tripod. And what it does, it uses LiDAR technology. It will spin in a 360 degrees. As it's spinning, it'll do laser measurements. It'll do millions of points of measurement. And then once that's completed, it'll go around one more time, and it'll take photos. Then when we post-process it back at the office with software developed just for that scanner, it will create 3D models and 2D models. The 2Ds are called orthos, and all that is, it's a bird's eye view of what the scanner built.
You shared one of those orthos with me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'm going to ask at this point in time to admit into evidence Commonwealth 98 under seal and publish it to the witness and the jury.
All right, no objection, correct? Okay, 98 under seal.
Can you see the Faro on your?
Yes, ma'am. It's the ortho scan of this second floor.
Okay, so help us orient, and it's a really busy picture, you would agree?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a lot going on because this is an interpretation of what was actually present at the scene from this angle and aerial view. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you can see where I've kind of zoomed us in here to this black rectangle at the top that my cursor is on, what is that?
That's going to be the foyer to the main floor, bottom
Okay.
floor. What happened is why it's black is the Faro is a line of sight.
So it drops down. It's 2 stories, right?
It's a
The
2-story,
foyer
it's
is
a
wide
very
open.
tall foyer, yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
that's the stairs to the left, right there. That would be the
Yep.
stairs coming up from the landing.
Okay, tell me about, on the left of our screen, this bedroom here.
That was the Paris bedroom.
Okay, And if I zoom out a little bit and reorient us, what's going on in this bedroom in the far left lower corner?
That's the Banfield's daughter's room,
Okay, and this middle bedroom?
guest room.
Okay, so taking us back out to the hallway and then shifting over, which, we're gonna do it like that. What room is this?
That's gonna be the primary suite, primary bedroom.
Okay, and that's the far right of Commonwealth's 98, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In looking at this bedroom, we have a bed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You spoke of a dresser. Is that this object that my cursor is on here?
That's the dresser with the TV on it, ma'am.
Okay. And this area that I'm cursoring over, is that the passageway into the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which would then make this room a bathroom, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now that we've oriented ourselves, was Joe Ryan's body still on scene when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and approximately how long did his body remain on scene while you did your work?
It was there for several hours.
Okay, and is that how long it took you to document the scene?
We had to get a search warrant, doing the scene documentation, waiting for the medical investigator to arrive on scene
Okay. When was his body removed?
later in the
recall?
day. It was
Later.
late, it was that day, but as soon as the medical investigator arrived,
Okay, but
Later in
your
the day.
work continued after his body was removed, is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to offer exhibits 99
Okay,
through 101 under seal.
all right. And no objection, correct? Okay. 99,
And-
100, and 101 under seal.
Thank you. If they can be shared with the witness and the jury. All right, starting here with Commonwealth's 99. This photo depicts what? What do we see here?
That's gonna be a photo from the bathroom back out into the main area of the bedroom, and that is Joe Ryan's body.
Okay, is this how the scene looked when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so before you had begun processing any of the items that you eventually collected?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Commonwealth's 100, is this a photograph of Joseph Ryan's body?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what observations did you make about his body upon your arrival?
Upon arrival, I was documenting was first that his shirt was pulled up. There was a chest seal on the left side. The right hand was in that position that you see it here, and along with his right hand. The pants were unbuttoned and disheveled in the front. Right leg was straight, and the left leg is underneath the bed with a purple pillow over it.
Did you do any investigation to determine whether or not that was the position of his body when first responders arrived on scene?
Once I had access to the body-worn camera, I watched that to see what the officers originally came into. And when they first came in, the shirt was down and the hands were across his chest.
All right. Looking at this photo around Joseph Ryan's head, what is his head on? Let's start with that.
His head was resting on the dog bed.
Okay. And there's a checkered cloth there as well. Were you able to determine what that was?
Underneath it was a pair of pajama bottoms, that's what I refer to as pajama bottoms, and a pair of black underwear.
All right. And tell me about this blood stain that we see immediately below on this photo, Joseph Ryan's head.
Talking about the one ma'am on the carpet,
Yes.
there's a flow pattern. It flowed from Mr. Ryan's head, flowed across and down onto the floor where it started to pool and collect.
All right. Was there blood anywhere else on Mr. Ryan's body that you observed?
There was blood on his face, hands. There was some on his clothes. There was some on his chest, arms.
All right. Did you notice anything about the bed frame? I'm going to zoom in just a little bit if I can. Here. What
The
is
bed-
that mark?
Bed frame had chipping. It's a laminate material over the bed frame, and you can see where pieces were broke off. There's this one large piece, And later, when we continued on investigating, you could take your fingers in that area and you could pull the laminate in that area.
I'm going to move you to Commonwealth's 101. Is this another angle of the same area of the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, we see the chip in the bed frame here, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You indicated Joseph Ryan's legs were under the bed.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Judge, I would move to admit photographs 102 through 123.
All right, and there's no objection, correct?
Okay.
All right, 102 to 123 in evidence. Thank you.
All right, looking at Commonwealth's 102. It appears that the scene has changed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what has happened since the last photograph?
Since the last photograph, Joe Ryan's body was removed. The blankets and things that you saw on the floor, they were picked up and moved.
And what did you observe now that the items had been removed on the bed frame itself?
On the bed frame itself, if you come over here to if you're viewing the photo, be on the left-hand side, we found one blood stain on the side of the frame.
All right, I'm going to move then to Commonwealth's 103. Is that the area where you observed the blood stain?
Yes, ma'am, it'd be to the right of the ruler.
We're going to zoom in one more time. 104,
Yes, ma'am.
that's the blood stain.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you later send a swab of that suspected blood out for testing as item 71?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Looking at Commonwealth's 105. We're back in time before the items were picked up, but let's talk about those items that you collected. What was in this pile of fabric that we see here?
I had 2 blankets, a sheet, and a towel. The blankets, one was a real dark blue with a white Sherpa on one side. The other blanket was blue on both sides. Sheet was white with stripes, and then you had a towel.
Okay, let's talk about the blue blanket with the white Sherpa. Directing you to Commonwealth's 106. Is this that blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you've done with it here.
This is back at our facility to document it. I hung it before we could do photos of it and document the blood stains on it. What you see is the top part would be what was near the dresser, and the stuff you see, the stains you see down towards the bottom was what would be towards the foot of the bed.
And those stains appear gray in this photo. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let's look at Commonwealth's 107. Is that the reverse of the blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the Sherpa side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, the dark marks we see, what are those?
Blood stains.
Commonwealth's 108. What is this object?
And that would be the sheet.
Okay, and again, where is this photo taken?
This photo was taken at our facility.
Okay. The marks we see on the sheet, what are those?
More blood stains, ma'am.
All right, and there was a lighter blue blanket you mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commonwealth's 109. Is this that blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, what did you observe on the blanket?
More blood stains.
Okay, so let's talk about Commonwealth's 110. What is this object?
That's the towel, ma'am.
Okay, so again, where was this towel located?
On the floor with all those bed linens near the foot of the bed.
Did you happen to, in your review of the body-worn camera, see where the towel was when first responders arrived?
It was a little bit further away from the bed. When the first responders came, you could see the bed linens and things from firemen, patrol officers were trying to do life-saving. the linens and stuff started to roll and move towards the bed more.
Was this towel on Christine Banfield?
No, ma'am.
Does this towel have any evidence of heavy staining or blood absorption?
In my opinion, no, ma'am.
So these blankets were moved as the officers addressed Christine Banfield's injuries and attempted to rescue Joe Ryan. Could the blankets that we saw a moment ago have transferred blood to the carpet as they were moved?
Yes,
Were they saturated?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there was a lot of blood on those items,
Yes, ma'am.
could have ended up on the carpet as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So looking at the carpet, can you approximate here where Christine Banfield's body was found? This is Commonwealth's 111.
I use body worn camera. I watched the body worn camera to determine that. And it would be the stain that you see on the right-hand side. That is the vicinity of her head.
What did you find when you removed the carpet relative to these stains?
What I ended up doing was we pulled the carpet back. Our question was we wanted to see how far down the stains would go. And when we did that, we found that the stain on the left-hand side, underneath the carpet is a foam pad, and then you got the subfloor. The blood soaked through the carpet, through the foam pad, and then onto the subfloor and created another stain there. The stain on the right, same scenario, again, is soaking down through. But when we got to the subfloor, there was just a little stain, a much smaller stain than what we found from the stain on the left-hand side.
So to summarize, there was more blood deposited in the stain on the left-hand side than the right.
Yes, ma'am.
You need your microphone, Mr. Carroll, I cannot hear it.
I would object to Ms. Sand's conclusion as to what the detectives just commented on in terms of her question.
What's the objection?
Well, I believe it's without foundation, and I believe that she's leading.
No, overruled. All right, good, continue.
Let's talk about the areas of the carpet that you had tested. Looking at this photograph, and we'll zoom in just a moment, but did you have either of these two large stains tested?
No, ma'am.
Okay, why not?
When I presented to the state lab with the evidence that I had, they didn't see the probative value in it.
All right. Did they give you any explanation for
Because
why?
her body was there.
Okay. So looking at Commonwealth's 112, did you take swabs from the stains on the carpet that we see here?
Yes, ma'am. If you take where the scale is at and come below it.
All
I'd
right,
like to-
that large
Yes, ma'am.
stamp, if you will,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And was that item 42?
That was item 42. I did another swab, which would have been item 43. If you come above the scale, you'll see another stain in there. What I did is I took another sample from the center of it.
And when we're talking about these two stains, to distinguish, we've got 43, and the shape of 43 is different from 42, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how would you describe 43 as a stain?
As a stain to me, it was passive blood droplets falling down onto
Okay.
the carpet.
And what was different about 42? What kind of stain was that?
42 was one large concentrated stain.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's 113. Did you find a knife?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was the knife found?
The knife was found underneath the blankets, between the edge of the blankets and the bed. And the only thing we could see when we arrived was the handle. And the knife was sitting on its backside, so it's blade up. And then the handle was towards the bed.
Did your review of the body-worn camera tell you anything about the final position of the knife?
This is not the original position of the knife.
Okay, so what did you observe on body worn? I think we've all seen it too and talked about it, but what did you observe on body worn?
On body worn camera, the blankets were, if you're viewing this photo, the blankets have been more to the left. The knife was completely exposed. And you could see during the life-saving that officers and firemen stepped on the knife a few times and they got kicked and moved around as they were trying to work.
Okay. Did you collect this item?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you send it to the lab for testing as item 10?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to have you look at Commonwealth's 114. Is that the knife and the photograph that accompanied it to the lab?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. So let's talk about guns. Commonwealth's 115. Did you observe any weapons at the scene other than the knife?
Yes, ma'am. There was 2 handguns.
Okay, can you describe those 2 items for me?
One gun was a Glock 19M with a light kit on it, and the second one was a Glock 43X.
All right, is this photograph of the 19M?
Yes, ma'am.
And the flashlight, you mentioned the light on it that you said, is that the red ring that we
Yes.
see at the end?
Yes, ma'am. It's the light kit. It's a flashlight underneath the barrel of the gun.
Okay. Were you able to identify who owned that weapon?
It was Mr. Brendan Banfield's duty weapon.
Where was it located upon your arrival?
When I arrived, it was on the left side of the bed, about halfway, resting on its right side.
Again, after reviewing body worn camera, were you able to determine if that gun had been moved?
It was moved, ma'am.
All right, do you know where it was moved from?
It was moved from the front left corner of the bed. It was resting on its left side with the grip portion near the closest to the edge.
Okay, if we're looking at the bed, if I'm standing at the foot of the bed, is it on my right or is it on the left?
Be on your right.
On my right, okay, perfect, thank you. Looking at Commonwealth's 116, orienting myself, this is the primary bed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and on the right hand of this photo, is that where you observed the gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on the body worn camera.
Yes.
Okay, and was there any residue on this sheet?
There was 2 blood stains on that bed. The one on the right near the edge, and then there's another one on the front edge. And that was from medical waste. Because when I picked up that evidence, that when we were clearing off the bed, when I picked up those items, there was blood on them.
Okay, did you send this sheet to the lab for testing?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll show you Commonwealth's 117. Did you make the markings on the photo here?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
red that we see? What were you intending to communicate with the markings that you have on the sheet?
I spoke with the state lab about what we were requesting for stains. And because I knew the one was from medical waste, there was no need to process that because we know where it came from, the point of origin. But the one on the right-hand side is the one I wanted. And so I sent this so they could have a reference to what I was talking to them about and showing it to them.
Okay. If you had just sent the big old sheet to the lab without any specifics, what would have been the response?
They would start processing the whole
Okay.
sheet.
All right, thank you. So Commonwealth's 119, what do we see photographed here?
That was more blood spatter on the wall.
Did you swab those items and send them, sorry, that item and send it to the lab?
Yes, ma'am. I took that largest stain you see to the left of the ruler. That's the one I submitted to the lab.
Let me see.
Okay, and that was,
I'm sorry, you said 119, but it says 118.
oh, I'm sorry, 118, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Almost 118, I
Okay,
apologize.
That's all right, I just want to make sure. Go ahead, I apologize.
Thank you. And this is now Commonwealth's 119. Is that a closer photograph of the same stain?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and again, that was sent to the lab as item 39.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One more here. Commonwealth's 120. What did you process in this photograph?
This would be the laundry basket. And what we're looking at is in this photo, is the front of that laundry basket. Again, I took a swab of its blood stains on here. And if you go down bottom center, you can see a convergence of two stains of blood spatter. That's where I took the sample for the lab.
All right, and was that sent to the lab as item 41?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you took another swab of the laundry basket, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And while this photo doesn't necessarily zoom in on it, describe for us from where you took the second swab on the laundry basket.
The second swab would have been on the left-hand side and be the side furthest from the dresser on the curtain side.
All right, and that's Commonwealth's 121 that we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that went to the lab as item 56, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Commonwealth's 122. What do we see depicted here?
This would be the dog bed once Joe Ryan's body was removed.
And again, that black checkered item was determined to be Christine's pajama bottoms, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I see there's some black fabric to the left as well. What is that?
That's the underwear, ma'am.
Okay. Did you inspect those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any observations about them apart from the blood?
Apart from the blood, one pant leg was inside out and the other pant leg had the underwear around it. If you took the crotch region of the underwear, it was torn, ripped, separated from the other side.
All right. And Judge, if I can terminate the display for just a moment. I'm going to take you back to Commonwealth's 105, which was previously admitted, not under seal. Judge, if this can be displayed to the witness and the jury in the gallery.
Okay.
Detective Leech, there's a piece of black fabric to the left in the photograph near the edge of the bed. What was that?
It was a black shirt.
Okay. Did you make any observations about that shirt other than the fact that it had blood on it?
When we took the shirt and lifted it up and was able to document it better, we found that the back of the shirt was completely cut. It wasn't one smooth cut. You could tell it was jagged because you would have a cut, little pole, cut, pulling it up.
All right. Was it in the center of the shirt that it was cut? Was it to the side?
I'd say center. It was more towards the center.
Okay. And Judge, I'm going to ask to terminate the display. Offer into evidence Commonwealth's 123 and 124 under seal.
All right, and no objection again, correct? 123 and 124 under seal.
All right, Detective Leech, if the court can publish the photos to the jury and the witness. Tell me about this photograph. We see again, we're back to Joseph Ryan. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is it that is next to Mr. Ryan's left hip, partially under him?
It would have been a black slide and a shoe, slide on shoe, and a backpack.
All right. Did you search that backpack?
After we finished with Mr. Ryan's body and we were able to move him out of the way, yes.
I'm going to take you to Commonwealth's 124. Is this a zoomed in photo of that bag?
Just trying to show the property that was in it at the time, how it was when we found it.
Okay. So if that's how it was when you found it, did you put anything back into that bag before taking this photo?
No, ma'am, that's exactly how it was.
All right. In your review of the body worn camera, did you see anyone on body worn put anything back into that bag?
Not that I could observe, ma'am.
And Judge, I would now move to admit Commonwealth's 125 and publish to the witness, the jury, and the gallery.
All right, 125 in evidence.
And Judge, I'm going to go ahead and ask to admit from 125 through 151.
125 through 151, and there's no objection, correct? Okay,
Should be 151.
Okay. No objection, okay, so then we have 125 through 151 in evidence.
All right. So looking at Commonwealth's 125, is this the backpack after you removed the items from it?
Yes, ma'am.
What observations did you make about the backpack?
Once we opened up the backpack, this would be, the photo is showing the back of the pack from the it's the back inside compartment of the backpack, and there was blood spatter on there.
Okay, so if I open the bag with my two hands and spread it wide apart, this is looking inside the bag.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct? Okay. And what are those marks?
That's the blood spatter, ma'am.
All right. You placed circles in this photo. Did you make those circles?
That's stitching.
I'm sorry, the red lines.
Oh, the red lines, the circles, yes, ma'am. I did that for again, this was something I sent out to the state lab. And so I wanted to know what I was referencing when I asked for the exam.
Okay. Did you send that to the lab as item 125? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about the contents of the bag, Commonwealth's 126. What did you find inside?
We took the backpack and we laid out everything and did one overall photo as we inventoried through. And what you see is there's like rubber exercise bands, a metal rod with eyelets in it, lubricant, clothespins, a chain with padlocks with the keys in them, a roll of electrical tape, like a COVID mask, an apricot, and then one that I could refer to like almost like a gag.
Okay. Commonwealth's 127, is this the receipt that was found in the bag?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Commonwealth's 127, a receipt that was found in the wallet?
That was found in Joe Ryan's wallet.
Yes, okay. And we can see the wallet underneath the receipt, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that wallet listing out personal lubricant, floss sticks, and apricot?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct? One apricot? All right, and that receipt is dated the same day of
It
your
was the same date,
investigation?
yes, ma'am, the 24th.
February 24th, 2023. Okay. Did you find, obviously, this wallet, but anything else outside of the backpack that might have been personal belongings of Mr. Ryan's?
Well, I found his coat. His coat was actually underneath his legs near his buttocks area. We took his coat. We found his car keys in the front right pocket, and his wallet was in the front left pocket.
Okay. You also found zip ties, is that correct?
There was zip ties found on the floor, yes.
Okay. Directing your attention to Commonwealth's 128. Okay, this is an interesting photo. Tell us about it. What do we have here?
This is a sheet that's been suspended and it's being fluoresced with a laser.
Why do you fluoresce a sheet with a laser?
We're looking for body fluids.
And did you find them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the sheet come from?
This is the fitted sheet from the au pair's bedroom.
From the au pair's bedroom. This is Juliana's bed sheet, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you mark this item with the body fluids with the location of the body fluids that you found?
Yes, ma'am. I was going for a lab submission, so I marked those stains that I found for the lab personnel.
All right, and looking at Commonwealth's 129, is this a photograph of the markings that you made on the sheet to identify the
Yes,
body
ma'am.
fluid? Okay. Was that sent to the lab as item 65?
Yes, ma'am.
Turning your attention to Commonwealth's 130, what have you photographed here?
This was Brendan Banfield's clothing.
Okay, and what were the articles of clothing that were collected?
It was a set of his blue jeans, button-down shirt, and a black coat.
And you've put them on a dummy here in approximation to how Mr. Banfield was dressed on the day of the murder, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I used the body-worn camera.
Perfect, okay. What did you do with these items once you had taken this photo?
Somebody The coat and the jeans all both went to the state lab.
Did you mark the jacket for the areas that you wish to have tested?
No, ma'am, this is once it came back from the lab.
Aha, all right. So how did you present this item to the lab?
I presented this one. This one was because of the color. It's hard to see the blood and everything on it. I submitted it to the lab. I said, gave them a synopsis of what happened. And I just gave them the whole, as a whole. And this is what they marked out.
All right, so those markings that we see were the selections that the lab made for their testing. Is that correct?
That would be my understanding, ma'am.
Okay. And this was sent to the lab as item 121. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Commonwealth's 132, we see specifically 2 circles. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do we know what the lab tested for there?
They were testing for blood.
Item 133, what is this a photograph of?
It's going to be Mr. Banfield's blue jeans.
Okay, tell me about the white L's that we see taped to the jeans. What are those?
It was requested by me, requested for me to take and do, it's called road mapping of the stains. And all you simply do is you take the item and you put down the scales in so many distances apart. There was no set distance, but you just want to make sure you got plenty of scales. Doesn't necessarily mean there's a stain there. We're just trying to document to scale the entire object.
Okay, so they're reference points, is that fair?
That'd be a way of referring to them, yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did you observe about these pants?
That they had blood stains on them.
All right, any particular staining patterns that you observed?
There
Stood out?
was the blood stains on the knee area. And then there was a particular stain that someone pointed out and they requested for me to submit that to the lab.
All right, so we're gonna look at Commonwealth's 134. This now has a circle imposed on the photo. Tell me what that circle is indicating.
Again, this is something that's going to the lab. We discussed it. It's obvious with the pants, there's lots of staining. This was the particular stain that the graphs requested to be processed.
Okay, and zoomed in here, tell me about that stain. Was it different than the staining on the knees?
Most of the stains that you saw on the pants were like almost like smears, smudges, like they came in contact with blood. This was droplets.
All right, were there more droplets on the pants?
Yes.
But this was the area that was selected for testing?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, that was Commonwealth's 135 that we're looking at for those markings. Taking a look at Commonwealth's 136. Tell me about this red circle.
This is on the back of the jeans. It'd be to the left of center, just below the belt line or close to being in the belt line.
And was that item sent along with the other request for testing by the lab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that one went to the lab as 136. I'm sorry, as all, these were all sent to the lab as 123. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, photo 136, also item 123. Sorry for any confusion. All right, and looking at Commonwealth's 137, what do we have here?
It's that same stain with the drop, just a different angle on it. You're showing it more from the inside of the leg outward.
All right, did you have the opportunity to take a look at Mr. Banfield's shoes?
Yes, ma'am.
Commonwealth's 138, are these the shoes that were collected from Mr. Banfield?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any observations about what was on those shoes?
There was staining on the shoes, on the tops, but there's also staining on the bottom and into the treads.
Commonwealth's 139, what do we have here?
This would be Juliana's left shoe and sock.
Okay, and we're gonna look. Is this the right shoe and sock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you observe blood on the shoes and socks?
There was blood on the shoes. On the shoes, it was primarily around the soles, around the edges of the soles and underneath the shoe. On the socks, there was red staining.
Okay. You sent the socks to the lab as 117 and the shoes is 118. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the staining on the socks, where on the sock was it? Was it on the top of the sock? Was it on the bottom of the sock?
It was in the toe region, the toe
Okay.
area. And it's, I wouldn't say it's necessarily on the top or on the bottom because of, it's like, it looked like it leached a little bit or, some.
All right. And here we have the bottom of the left shoe. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about your observations on this shoe with regards to the location of the blood.
Blood was towards the toe area. Mine was towards the toes. You can also see that the blood went up inside the tread.
That was 141.
I'm sorry. Yes, Your Honor. That was Commonwealth 141.
Thank you.
Now looking at Commonwealth 142, what were your observations regarding the blood on this shoe?
The shoe, the blood was only really near the bottom edges. It's on the rubber sole part. Wasn't up onto the leathers.
All right. Did the socks create a bit of a puzzle for you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what did you do to try to answer questions you had about the blood on the socks?
She had blood on her socks and I couldn't figure out how they got there. So I took her shoes, because as you can see from the photo, there's holes, air holes for the sneakers. I didn't know if by chance blood might have went down into those holes. So what I ended up doing was I took the shoe, I cut around the sole in the leather part of the shoe so I could lift up and see inside the shoe.
What did you discover upon taking apart the shoes?
There was no staining.
All right. Did you send anything else off to the lab? I'm going to show you Commonwealth's 143. What is this?
That's the insert from the left shoe.
Okay. Why did you send that to the lab?
That dark area that's circled, and this is the photo that I gave to the lab, they knew what I was talking about. That tested positive for blood.
Okay. And so that was sent to the lab as item 118. It didn't have a separate designation from shoes 118. It went back to the lab as 118. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct? Okay. Did Juliana's sweatshirt, t-shirt, or pants have any blood on them?
Not that I could find, ma'am.
All right, let's look at Joseph Ryan's clothing. Commonwealth's 149. This t-shirt, what, if anything, did you observe about the shirt?
It had the blood staining. A lot of it was near the chest area. You can see it's not like any individual stain. Also, if you come down, as you look at the photo, it'll be on the right-hand side. It's right above the G and the H and Howie's name there. There's a defect.
I've zoomed in and I'm aiming my cursor where you're talking. Is that what you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to determine how that defect occurred?
It appeared it was coming from a projectile, from a bullet.
Commonwealth's 150. What do we have here?
This is Joe's pants.
Okay. What did you do with regard to Joe's pants after photographing?
After photographing, we met with the state lab and we discussed different options for processing. On this one, because of the way the pants were situated on his body, I had questions about the zipper button area. The lab recommended an MVAC, but they don't have one. So this item was sent to DNA Labs International to be processed.
All right. And so that was regarding the zipper, the button, and the waistband. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were the jeans sent to any other labs for other testing?
Yes. The right leg was sent to the whole pants was sent to Bodie Laboratories, but we requested the stain on the right pant leg to have a technique done that the state lab doesn't do.
Okay.
And so we sent it to them to have them process it in an attempt to see if we can generate any more evidence out of it.
All right. So Bodie tested the stains on the pant leg and DLI tested the zipper, the button, and the waistband. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have any other questions about these genes that could have been answered by the state lab? Or did you feel it was necessary to send them to the other two labs for the specific testing that you've discussed?
This is for the specific testing, because those stains, we're just trying to figure out what caused them, what and who's, what formed them.
Okay. All right. Judge, I'm not sure what time the court wanted to take the morning break.
It's a little early still.
It is. My next bit is a little bit lengthy and we can break after that, but it will be approximately 30 minutes. I have video to share with the detective.
The video is your next
Yes.
item. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess then, and we'll just have to make it through to lunch a little longer, okay? So don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay? We'll take 15 minutes. Detective, since you're on the stand, you cannot discuss their testimony with anybody to include the prosecutors at this point, all right? Okay, so let's go ahead and take a recess then. Let's make it 11:28.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that.
All right, no problem, 11:28.
All rise.
All right, are you ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
All right, thank you. Your next question?
Thank you. And I'm going to go back for just 1 second. We left one out. Detective Leech, I'm going to have you look at Commonwealth's 151. I would offer this into evidence if it has not yet been.
It is in evidence.
All right, wonderful. That can be published. Detective Leech, this is, to back you up just a little bit, we're back on Joe's jeans. We've zoomed in here. You were talking about what specifically was sent to DLI.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain again what we see here and what you asked DLI to test and why?
DLI would be the zipper region in the area of the waistband around the buttons, the button and the buttonhole into the sides of them.
Okay, when you say the zipper, are you talking about the tines on the zipper or the pull?
The whole area, ma'am.
The whole area,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And why did you send that to DLI to be tested? Not
Yeah.
why DLI, but why did you send that to be tested?
Because of the way the pants were positioned on the body, to me, when we got there, the pants, you saw in the one photo how the pants were undone and down a little bit in the front. When we rolled Mr. Ryan's body to place him into the body bag, we found that his pants in the back were caught up on his butt. So it was caught up underneath his butt cheeks. And so to me, I didn't know if someone might have tried to manipulate the pants. I don't know. So
Okay.
my job is to find the answers.
Perfect, thank you very much. All right, give me just one moment. This time Commonwealth would offer 152, 153, and 154 into evidence.
And no objection, correct? All right. 152, 153, and 154 in evidence. Thank you.
All right, so to your knowledge, was surveillance video collected from the McDonald's restaurant located at 2475 Centerville Road in
Yeah.
Herndon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you see that pictured here on this fantastic Google map?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it's labeled on the map, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you aware of the distance of this McDonald's from the Banfields home?
From the Banfield's home, there's a couple of different ways to get there, but they're all probably under 3 miles.
Okay, thank you. And Judge, I'm going to move to stipulated video clip 153, Commonwealth's 153. All right, this is the vantage point from the McDonald's drive-through. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this car creeping in here, that's Mr. Banfield's car, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the timestamp on this video, to your understanding, is that the correct time, 7:18 a.m. on December 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we just saw his car leave the drive-through, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and that's his car returning to the drive-through, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we've changed camera angles and we now see Mr. Banfield's car here pulling up to the ordering area. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and changing angles again. We're at the pay window. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we've changed angles now to the receiving window and exit area. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a Honda Ridgeline. Now we have Mr. Banfield's car. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The Hyundai.
Okay. Okay. So from this vantage, if you look in the top left, we see his car pulling out straight from the McDonald's drive-thru.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to take you back for just 1 second to our map. And I'm putting my cursor here over the drive-through pickup area. Is that your understanding of its location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so we saw his vehicle exit in the direction of my cursor. Is that right? Just pulling straight out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now Commonwealth's 1:53. Our timestamp has moved on to 7:29, so it's been approximately 8 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see him,
154.
I'm sorry, 1:54, and we see him pulling into a parking spot.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's Mr. Banfield getting out of his car.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we've changed angles and we see him going into, do you understand that to be the bathroom of the McDonald's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's at about 7:29 and 30 seconds-ish. And so I'm gonna try to move this on a little bit. We're gonna go to 7:30. Just kind of advancing it in 30-second increments. He's still in the bathroom, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody else has gone in the bathroom. Is that what that looked like? That wasn't him,
Yes.
right? Okay. Okay, and someone's come out of the bathroom area. Still not Mr. Banfield. Okay, we've hit 7:37. So he's been in there for approximately 7 minutes at this point. Do we now see him exiting and on his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And our camera angle shifts and we follow him still on his phone. out to his car. And is it 7:37 and approximately 30 seconds that he's getting in his car, still on the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He's backing out. And we see his vehicle leave the area. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, this angle from the window, you see him drive off, right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
then this angle, we see him head out onto the road, presumably towards home. And that's his black Hyundai turning left in the left side of this video.
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. Judge, if we can terminate the display for the moment. All right. Did you have the opportunity, as the guy who keeps all of the evidence, to take possession of Brendan and Juliana's cell phones?
Yes, ma'am, later on in the investigation.
Okay. And do you have those here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to ask that these items be marked as Commonwealth's 232 for identification purposes, Brendan Banfield's cell phone, and item 233, again for identification purposes, as Juliana Perez Magalhães' cell phone. And if I can have those handed to the detective, please.
They're already open. I had a charger. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And Your Honor, I will note, I am going to ask him to turn them on so that we can look at the screens. We do not have a way to ensure that they do not make noise in the courtroom if someone were to try to
I
call one
understand.
of the numbers.
I understand.
All right, so let's start with the Android, Mr. Banfield's phone.
Still charging, still powering up, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
It's still powering up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ma'am, it's up. It's
All
working.
right, so if we take a look at 232, Your Honor, I'd like to put it on the projector, if I may, please.
Sure, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Are you still want it to the witness, or are you going to admit it into evidence this
I
time?
am not going to admit the phone into evidence. Judge, I'd like to have the jury be given the opportunity to look at it, and then I have still photographs taken of each of the screens that I will offer into evidence as 232 A, B, C, D, E, and F.
If it's not in evidence, the jury can't look at it.
I was under the impression that the court would not want the object with its password given to the jury to be able to manipulate for themselves, and so we have photographs of the screens. I can
I mean, you
simply
can enter
show those
evidence.
photographs
I
if there is no objection to moving directly to those items.
Is there any objection to just moving to the photographs?
I've seen those, I don't.
Okay, no objection.
Makes
Okay,
it
let's just
easy.
do that
Thank
then.
you. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. So then we are not going to display it. We are simply going to move to the photographs.
We're going to the photographs.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Sorry
Dr.
for the
Johnson.
confusion.
That's okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
I may have the court's indulgence to pull up the
Yes, that's
pictures.
fine.
All right. So Judge, at this time, the Commonwealth would move to make Commonwealth's 232A, a photograph of Brendan Banfield's phone screen call log.
No objection? No objection to our 232A.
All right, and if I can have that displayed to the witness,
Yes.
the jury, and the gallery. All right, Detective Leech, when you turned on the phone and worked your way over to the call log, is this what you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we can note that it has a record of calls from, at the top, we see February 24th, and then timestamps for each of the received or outgoing calls. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see an incoming call from Juliana at 7:37 a.m.
Yes.
We see an outgoing call twice to Christine Banfield at 7:38 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then within the same minute, another outgoing call to Juliana.
Yes.
And then again at 7:42, two more outgoing calls to Christine Banfield, correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after that, it looks like just missed calls
Yes.
during times that we know Mr. Banfield to be interacting with law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, if we can terminate, I'll then move to 232B.
Okay.
Although somehow the picture is marked A. This is B, despite its title. All right. If we can then offer into evidence Commonwealth's 233, it is 233A.
So not 232B.
No, it is 233A.
Okay, 233A.
Yep, 232 being Mr. Banfield's phone, 233 being Juliana Magalhães' phone.
But 233A.
233A. All right, and if everyone can take a look at this. All right, Detective Leech, is this the call log that shows up when you turn on Juliana's phone?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Okay, and we can see a handful of calls that occurred on the 24th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Commonwealth would next offer 233B into evidence.
Any objection to 233B? All right, 233B in
Okay,
evidence.
so here's 233B. We have an outgoing call at 7:36 a.m. that lasted for 5 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
To a contact identified as Christine.
Yes.
Okay. Then 233C would be offered into evidence.
You already had 233B is in evidence.
C, I'm sorry,
C, all right.
233C.
Okay.
Any objection? Mr. Carroll? I'm going to move, I'm sorry? No, I'm about to. Yeah.
right.
Are we still casting?
No.
Okay.
Any objection to 233C?
I'm just going to take a quick look
Okay,
at
sure.
it, Judge.
Yep.
That's it.
Mhm.
Okay, no objection.
All right, 233C.
All right, and if that can be displayed. All right, and this is a call record indicating calls at 7:37 a.m. for 19 seconds and 7:38 a.m. for 47 seconds as an incoming to a contact identified as Brendan. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, the Commonwealth will now move to 233D
233D.
and offer that into evidence.
Any objection? Okay, no objection.
And if that could be shared. Detective Leech, this is an outgoing call from Juliana's phone to 911 at 7:47 that lasted 7 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
And Commonwealth's 233E.
Any objection to 233E?
No, Your Honor.
All right, E in evidence.
Okay. This phone call shows a missed call from a 703-877-3038. Do you know that to be the 911 direct number or the exchange?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is a call from 911 back to Juliana's call that was missed according to the phone. Is that correct?
According to the phone log,
According
yes,
to the
ma'am.
phone. Okay. I'll now move to Commonwealth's 233F.
Any objection to F?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 233F in evidence.
And I'd ask that be published. This is our last one, I promise. This is a log of calls to 911. We have a canceled call at 7:48, a canceled call at 7:49, and then an 8-minute outgoing call from Juliana's phone at 8:02 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, I do not believe I have any additional questions for this witness.
Can I
Clarify exhibits?
I have a question. Well, 144 through 148, you asked to be admitted in evidence, which we admitted in evidence, but I don't have any, you didn't display any 144 through 148.
If I can have the court's indulgence for just one moment.
Sure.
Judge, I would withdraw the request for 144 through 148.
All right, so withdrawn 144 through 148. Okay, now we're fine. Okay, thank you. All
Thank
right,
you.
cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To do the pictures? Yeah, just let me know.
Good morning, Detective Leech.
Good morning, sir.
I just have a few questions for you. And I think I'm just going to kind of go backwards from where we ended up with regard to the pictures, if that's all right.
Yes, sir.
You raised, you actually decided, I believe, that DNA Labs International was going to be included in the examination of the zipper area and the pants area. And I think you had said something about it. They had tools that the DFS doesn't have.
Department, yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And so were you the one who made the decision that DLI was where this was going to go?
I met with the state lab. I was out at their facility, spoke with them, showed them what we had, and they actually recommended using the MVAC for that process.
Okay, and the MVAC is designed to pick up finer particles, is that right?
The MVAC is like a wet vac you would use in your house. It uses moisture in a vacuum, so it injects the moisture, then sucks that moisture back up.
Okay.
And it's used for DNA collection.
And that's something that Fairfax County Police nor DFS has the ability to do?
Not at that time, we did not, no,
Is
sir.
that so that's the only reason why DLI would be brought in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then were their samples then, if you know, were they then analyzed by them or were they analyzed by DFS at that?
I would not know that, sir. That's for the examiners, the
Okay.
lab people, sir.
Okay. So, so in conjunction with DFS, you decided that this was a resource that we needed to kind of find the opportunity for and get them to do what the MVAC.
Yeah, we wanted an area process, and with the recommendation of the lab,
Okay.
we went through DLI.
Now, I didn't quite catch I guess you had suspicions because in the zipper region, it appeared that the pants were being opened the way they were left when you found them.
When we arrived on scene, as you saw through the photos, his pants were undone, the zipper was down, and the pants were pulled down slightly. And we were trying to determine why that was, and
And that was pulled down on the backside, so.
On the backside of the pants, if you're facing a person, it angled from the front down towards the back. And the back pants, the top of the jeans were underneath his buttocks.
Okay. And that caused significant enough concern that you had to go to that area?
It was an answer, I was trying to answer that question is why the pants were like that, and if they were, who did it?
Okay. Now, item number 135. So just so it's clear for the jury, the picture's number is 135, but you were also talking about 123 when we were in the middle of that. That's actually the number for the sample that went to the Division of Forensic Science, correct?
Which item was 135?
It said, it was the one that you said the graphs told you to go and get.
The graphs.
Graphs.
Yes.
And so that would have been relating to the genes of Joe Ryan, I believe.
There's the
Do you
genes of
mind?
the,
Sorry?
I think 135 I have is the genes of the defendant. But
Oh, I'm sorry, genes of Brendan Banfield.
If Your Honor wishes, I can.
did you want to see the picture?
Yes, I think
Okay.
that, I think the witness probably would.
Okay, that's fine.
Please.
This is the picture 135 that you were discussing?
Yes, sir, that was a stain on Mr.
Okay.
Banfield's pants.
And those circled stains, you're saying in the back of the pants?
That's on the front leg, front right
Okay,
leg.
front right leg, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I thought. And so, had these pants already been sent to the Department of Forensic Science prior to this submission?
No, sir.
Okay, so these were left until such time as the graph said, we need to know what that is.
Yes.
Okay, and did, and so they went ahead and you sent that to the Division of Forensic Science and then it was analyzed?
Yes, they requested me to take and submit it to the state lab. I contacted the state lab, explained the situation to them, and they were willing to accept them.
Okay, and are you the one who decides as a general rule what's getting tested, or is it the lab that decides what's going to get tested?
It will be the lab, sir.
Okay, and in this situation, had you made, prior to getting the guidance from the graphs, had you made the decision that this was not something that you wanted to get tested?
It's not that I didn't want to get it tested, sir. As we progress through the investigation, new evidence, new questions come about, and we try to answer those. And so when we got to the pants, this question came up,
Okay.
and I said, I thought it was a good suggestion, and we submitted it.
And so what time, in the timeline of getting to today, when was that sent on to the lab? Do you know?
That was, I'd have to refer to my notes to give you an exact date on that one,
Do
sir.
you have access to those?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me.
According to the request for laboratory examination, I submitted them to the state lab on 5/15/2024.
5/15/2024.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And were there any detectives involved in the decision in that situation, other than yourself?
My supervisors were aware, the homicide detectives were,
Okay.
and it was a discussion.
Who was your lead in the homicide section at that point?
Lead homicide detective,
Yeah, who were you keeping informed?
at that time would have been Detective Goodell.
Detective Goodell?
Yes.
Okay. Had Detective Bryant already left at that point?
Yes, Detective Bryan and Detective Goodell were basically team working it.
Okay, okay, gotcha. Now, I had a couple of other questions. So just to kind of go a little further into it, the state, when you bring a pile of evidence there, the state lab's going to determine what they're willing to test, correct?
We don't bring the evidence to them initially, no, sir.
So you have a discussion with them and say, this is the evidence we have. We're thinking about bringing it to you.
Yes.
And then the discussion occurs.
We go, like on this particular case, we went out there, met with them, myself, homicide detective. We discuss what we have, we show them what we have. We seek any suggestions or thoughts from them. We tell them what we would like to submit, and then they will go through that, and then they'll let us know what they will accept.
Okay, so they're the final authority.
Yes, sir.
And so if something hasn't been tested that you might have wanted, they explain to you why that wasn't going to happen and it didn't get tested.
They have their reasons, sir.
Okay.
I can't speak for them.
And so if someone who wasn't privy to that conversation, the only way we can know that they've asserted their authority is that something wasn't tested.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I just have a couple of questions regarding some of the other things that you've testified to. Bear with me. Now, did you take into account the injuries of the people as you found out in the investigation as to some of these stains that you observed?
Could you clarify that question, sir?
Did you take into account the injuries of the two people who were injured and were contributors to blood stains and blood spatter and things like that?
On this case, yes, sir. Because we had two people with wounds and injuries.
Okay.
And that was Christine Banfield and Joe Ryan.
Now, when you look at the initial body camera, I think it might have been Officer Baumler's. Did you look at that?
I looked at several body worn cameras, sir.
So the first one in into the room.
The very first officer?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think that along with what we've heard of the 911, you've heard that too, correct?
I didn't listen to the tape, sir.
Okay. Christine Banfield was on her side was asked to do that by the 911 operator before first responders came. Would that account for the larger and deeper blood stains that you've described that were near the bed area where you say it was her?
Well, she was found on body worn camera away from the bed on her left side facing the bathroom with her head closest to that tall dresser.
Right, and did you know that she was rolled over?
Once I saw the body worn camera.
Okay. Now, the carpet area near Christine's body that you've identified, it's a large stain that you've talked about.
Yes.
Was that tested for blood?
No, sir.
Okay. And that's what you were talking about was soaked all the way through?
That was soaked only, the stain closest to the bed, sir.
Yeah.
Was the one that soaked all the way through the pad down to the subfloor, had the larger stain on the subfloor.
Okay.
The one where Christine was found, it did soak through, but not as much volume. And the stain that was on the wood of the subfloor was significantly smaller than the original stain on the top of the carpet.
Okay. And was the significant stain larger than the other stain? Was that tested?
No, sir.
Okay. And so just so I'm clear, so the stain, as you looked at the picture that you observed today, the larger stain that went through to the subfloor was the one next to the corner of the bed.
Yes.
Do you want to see that picture, Mr. Carroll?
Yes, Your Honor.
111, I believe.
Let me,
I'd love to pull up 111.
Okay, there we go.
Mr. Carroll, the picture on the screen if you want.
yes, yes. So I'm looking at the picture in the same direction you're looking.
Yes,
The
sir.
one that just so I'm correct, the one that you indicated had the larger stains that went all the way to the floorboard was the stain near the bedpost of the bed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the one that you've testified was not tested.
Clear, to make it a little simple for you, my notes, that stain that you're looking at, I designate as bloodstain 1. Bloodstain 2 is going to be the one closer to the dresser.
Yes.
Bloodstain 1 and bloodstain 2, neither were sent to the lab for processing.
Okay. And so we're not sure who the contributor of that blood on bloodstain 1 and bloodstain 2 is.
No, sir,
We don't have any confirmation through DFS.
we don't have DNA forensic, but we have body worn camera showing her body position.
Okay. Now, do you know where Mr. Ryan, Joe Ryan, was located in the room when he was shot, based upon your
No, sir.
examination?
No, sir, I know where his body was at when it fell.
Okay. And that was the one near the dog bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible if he was, Mr. Ryan was shot at the foot of the bed, which is where those stains are, that the blood would be in the same area?
If that's where he was shot, it could be, yes, sir.
Okay. But there's no way of knowing that.
No, sir.
Okay. If, if Ryan's blood was on the carpet in the area that we've just talked about, and an object was placed on that carpet, could, depending on whose blood it is, could that blood transfer to any item that was put on that area? That makes sense?
No, it didn't, sir. If you could clarify, please.
So if an object was put in this area where we have the two blood stains, we
Yes,
don't
sir.
have to say who they are because we don't know. But if there was an object that was put there, could that, those blood stains with the magnitude of them, could that transfer to whatever object that is?
So what you're asking, sir, if I'm clear, is if an object is put down in one of those blood stains that's picked up and then moved and put into another location, could it transfer those blood?
Yes.
Yes, that's
Okay.
possible, sir.
Do you have, in terms of your, I know you only have a limited kind of focus in this case, but do you have any idea whether my client is a right-handed shooter or a left-handed shooter?
When I documented his property that was brought to me from that was collected at the hospital, he had his holster on the right side and was a right-hand draw holster.
And that would indicate he's a right-handed shooter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you saw when the original responders arrived, isn't it true that he was tending to Christine down on his knees, and you would have, the original first responders were coming to him from his right side, correct?
As they approached into the room, that would be correct, sir.
Okay.
Because he was on his knees facing the bathroom. So as they approach, they would approach Christine's feet, and as they would move upward, it'd be to his right.
Okay. And at that point in the, I strike that. Brendan's gun had blood on it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there any way in your investigation to know where that blood came from?
No, sir.
If it had been sitting in that large and deep blood stain that we just talked about, could that have transferred to the gun?
That's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. Was the blood on the gun tested?
No, sir.
Okay. Was that an issue that was of concern to Fairfax County Police, or was it up to the lab to not test it?
Objection calls for speculation, given that phrasing of the question.
I'll sustain it if you want to rephrase your question.
Okay.
Mr. Carroll.
Who made the decision as to testing that particular item for blood?
It came to the state lab, sir.
Okay. So it was submitted to the state lab. Was there a request from Fairfax County Police, or is it just after talking to the state lab, they said, we're not going to do that?
The excuse me, the gun was originally sent to the state lab for firearms. And part of the policies is as my understanding with the state lab is, once a weapon goes through firearms testing, they will not do the DNA testing on it.
And would that be because it was contaminated?
This contamination issues is my understanding. Again, sir, that's my understanding. The lab personnel would be the best that's their field of expertise.
Okay. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate your field of expertise. And so, did this particular gun, before it was sent on to Firearms, was it tested for hair or fibers or anything like that?
It was all done by visual, sir.
Okay.
I took the weapon and I documented and looked at it.
And did you see any hair or fibers
No, sir.
on the gun?
No, just the blood stain, sir.
Okay. Now, did you encounter carpet fiber in your crime scene?
We encountered carpet fiber and dog hair.
Carpet fiber and dog hair?
Yes, sir.
And were they analyzed to say, oh, this is carbon fiber and this is dog hair, or just eyeballed it?
I'm using your term, I eyeballed it. I observed it, looked at it, and documented it, and it was discussed with the lab.
Okay. And I'm not suggesting, I'm not trying to be
No,
quippy with eyeballing, just you observed it. And obviously there's a dog bed there, so
Yes, sir.
that probably is not a bad conclusion, but we really don't know what's fiber and what's dog hair.
no, sir.
Okay. Now, the cell phones that we were just talking about, I think we saw the screenshots of them. So it would be Juliana's cell phone. Was there blood on Juliana's cell phone? Do you know?
I was not the original person who collected them, sir.
Okay. But it came to you guys.
The phones were, once they were collected by the detectives, went to computer forensics.
Okay. Gotcha. So you've never, other than just looking at what you saw today, you've never had the phone?
Just collecting the evidence. When I say collecting, the evidence, once computer forensics and everybody was done with it, it came to me. And then I would take it and add it into my inventory and then take it to the property room. So that, I think what you're asking is, did I ever physically open it up and go through them? No, I did not.
Okay. So you wouldn't know if there's blood on there or not?
No, sir.
Okay. I don't have any further questions,
All
Judge.
right, redirect. All right, is this witness subject to recall? Yes. All right, is he subject to recall? Okay, so you're free to go. Thank you. Thank you, Tech. Have a good day. All right, your next witness?
The Commonwealth will call Matthew.
Could you turn your microphone on because I didn't quite hear the name?
Commonwealth would call Matthew Niederreiter.
Thank you. Matthew Niederreiter.
I don't think they admitted it. Want me to take it with me? Okay.
I'm gonna have just a second to get it set back up.
I'll wait outside.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Could you vocalize your answer, please, sir?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just step right up. You speak clearly into the microphone.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. How are you? Oh, afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Great.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Matthew Niederreiter, Niederriter.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Niederreiter. What is it that you do for a living?
I work at a window factory, and I sell windows and set up projects for people to do home improvements that has to do with windows and doors.
All right. I'm going to offer into evidence at this point in time Commonwealth's Exhibit 157.
Any objection to 157?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 157 in evidence.
And if I can have that displayed, please. Mr. Niederreiter, I'm going to ask you to take a look as I scroll through these documents. Do you recognize these materials?
Yes, this is all information from my company that I work at, the window factory.
All right, wonderful. And does it talk about a triple pane glass window option?
Yes.
Tell us about triple pane glass. What does it do?
I sell a lot of windows, and most people are happy with a double pane product that's very good for energy and such. And you can get regular glass where you can add to it sort of an energy coating that would make double pane windows very good and meet Energy Star type levels. When someone goes to a triple pane, that's another level, and that is a type of level where they're trying to do more than just protect the house from the sun.
What else does a triple pane window offer?
Most of the customers that I deal with that are looking in that direction are.
I'm gonna ask you
Oh, no.
just to answer the
No.
question. What does a triple pane window offer?
Oh. It would make the product 30% better in energy savings and noise level.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to then ask the court to admit Commonwealth's Exhibit 158.
Any objection to 158?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 158 in evidence.
Mr. Niederreiter, again, I'll ask you to take a look at the documents on your screen. Do you recognize these documents?
Yeah, that is an invoice from our factory.
Okay, and as we scroll down, we see a number of windows were ordered on this invoice. Is that correct?
Yes, a large amount of windows.
Okay, and was this for the Banfield home located at 13230 Stablebrook Way?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall when those windows were installed?
I believe they were ordered in August and installed sometime in December.
All right, thank you very much. I have no further questions of this
All right,
witness.
cross-examination.
Do you want me to leave the documents up? There were some, but nothing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Niederreiter. My name is John Carroll. If I ask you any questions that you don't understand, please stop me and ask me to ask the question again.
Yes, sir.
Understand? Okay. So you are a manufacturer of windows,
Yes, I work at a factory where we make our own products.
and what's your job?
I am in sales and project development.
Okay, and so in sales and project development, you're here testifying about this. I'm assuming you went out to the Banfield home?
Yes, I was there at least 3 times.
Okay. And this whole process started in early 22, correct?
Yes, approximately in end of January, early February of that year.
Okay. And so that would have been when you were first notified, or would that have been the factory who was notified saying they're interested in looking at windows?
Yes, someone contacted the factory and said, I'd like a person to come out and give us a free quote.
And were you privy to that initial contact?
No, I wouldn't just hold an address to go to.
So you don't know if it was Brendan Banfield or Christine Banfield?
I do not know that, yes.
Okay. And so the way it works with your factory is someone calls in and says, we're interested in windows.
Yes,
And then your job is to go out there and reduce, loss of heat by 30% or 50% or whatever it is that they want, correct?
yes, I frankly just ask them what is important to them, and then I just measure.
Okay, gotcha. And do you recall when you went out to the house?
Oh, yes,
And when was that?
late January of that year.
Okay,
So that's when the process starts,
Okay.
that's the first thing I do is go to the home.
gotcha. And then you go there and, not to presume this, but you would measure all the windows that are going to be replaced?
Yeah, I have to walk the entire landscape of the house, in and out, and do a lot of measuring and counting.
Okay, and you did that.
Yes,
And this was a full window replacement on the house, correct?
when you say full, do you mean all the windows?
Yes.
Or do you mean, yes,
Okay. Okay, yeah, all the windows. And so how long would that take from the time that you first meet them to manufacture a full house worth of windows?
well, there's several stages, meaning that I just start with a quote.
Gotcha.
And then it goes from there. If somebody actually orders, then from deposit to install could be any time between 8 to 12 weeks.
Okay. Gotcha. So if I understand you correctly, you go out and do the initial measurements, you give them the quote, then it's in their court to contact you.
Yes, we may follow up with, do you have any questions? Are you still interested?
Gotcha. And do you remember who you spoke with in any of those follow-ups or anything like that before the August order?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Nobody really contacted me until July.
Okay. Who was
But-
it who contacted you?
Brandon,
Brendan?
or the husband, I believe.
Okay. And did you meet him?
Oh, yes, of
Was
course.
this the person that you met?
Yes,
And you were aware that he was shopping it around with 7 other window places, correct?
yes, they usually tell me that, hey, you're just one of many bidders. You know.
Okay. And in this instance, you knew that to be the case, correct?
Well, sometimes people say that, and that isn't the case, but I always expect that.
You were told that, I guess I should say.
Yes.
Okay. And this was this in January when you first came out and measured, that you found that out?
There was more communication in July.
Okay. Did you find out about other potential competitors in January when you came out to measure?
No.
Okay. Were you, okay, that's fine. And so we're talking about triple pane glass, and you indicated there's a 30% energy reduction, and there's certainly a noise component to it, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so in January of 2022, he was talking to you about noise, correct?
no,
Okay. He told you wanted triple pane, correct?
no.
Okay, so what was your quote that you based off of?
The initial quote was for the double pane energy glass window, a more of our standard
Okay,
style window.
and that was what you went out on January 2022 to sell him?
Yes, that's what I went out to quote, and I think they believe they got the quote like early February,
Okay, and that was the quote was for double pane,
double pane.
and it was increased to triple pane.
Yes,
Okay. And when you were talking about the quotes, was there any discussion of the pathway of Dulles Airport going over their house?
no,
Okay. Was there any discussion of a fire house right next to their house? Anything like that?
No, not to my
So there
knowledge.
was no discussion about noise at all?
There was a discussion of what would be the benefits in July of if somebody got a triple pane window and the cost associated with it.
Okay, but the specific noise, was there any discussion about that?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect. All right, is this witness subject to recall? Is this witness subject?
He is not.
No?
No.
Okay, you're free to go, sir. Thank you. Have a good day. All right, your next witness,
Judge, that would be Amy Shotwell.
Amy Shockwell.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please state your name and occupation for the court report?
Yes, Amy Shotwell. I work at Silver Eagle Group in Ashburn
All right. How long have you worked at Silver Eagle Group?
since 2012.
Okay, so taking you back to February 24th of 2023, in the 3 to 4 months preceding February, were you employed at Silver Eagle?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do there?
Okay.
I should.
I am a manager. I'm the responsible party on the business's federal firearms license and the custodian of records for that purpose.
All right. And so did you provide us with some records for
Yes.
this case? Okay, I'm going to ask I'm going to ask the court to please admit Commonwealth's 159 into evidence.
Any objection to 159? All right, 159 in evidence.
All right, Ms. Shotwell, if you'll take a look at these documents, I'm going to scroll through them. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes.
Okay. So let's start with number 1. What do we have here? A firearms transaction record. What does this tell us?
This is a federal form that is completed when a prospective purchaser of a firearm wants to take possession of it from a dealer. So it's a transaction between a dealer and an individual to purchase a firearm.
Okay. And looking here at page number 7, is that a continuation of that transaction record?
That is the background check that is used in conjunction with the federal form.
Okay. All right, and here on page 11, what do we have? Is this a record from your company?
This is a record from our check-in software at our front desk for customers who come in to use the range.
Okay, and so whose record is this?
Brendan Banfield.
Okay, and these check-in dates, are those the number of times that he appeared at your range?
Presumably.
Okay, and what do people do at your range? What
Shoot-
type of range is it?
Firearms shooting?
Okay,
Okay.
and we can see that he was present on October 29th and then again December 23rd, both in 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is this document here?
That is the receipt of payment for a firearm in conjunction with the federal form that you first showed me.
Okay, so this is a purchase for a Glock 43X pistol, is that correct?
Yes,
And that purchase was made on what date?
January 28th, 2023.
Thank you. All right, and we have another visit detail. Who is this one tracking the visits of?
Juliana Perez.
Okay, and she appeared on those same dates as Mr. Banfield, is that correct? October 29th and December 23rd of 2022?
It appears so.
All right. In your search of your business records, did you come across any record indicating that Christine Banfield had used the firing range?
I did not.
Or any record that Christine Banfield had accompanied her husband to use the firing range?
I did not find a record under that name.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Ms. Shotwell.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Carroll. If I ask any questions you don't understand, just let me know, please.
Mr. Carroll, could you raise your microphone up a little bit? You're just a little taller than the
Yes,
stands.
yes.
Thank you.
Who's Samuel Hummel?
He was an employee at Silver Eagle Group on the date that the firearms transaction occurred.
Okay, and he's the, because it says on the one of the forms that you were just looking at and you identified that he was the firearm transferor, correct?
He was the representative of the business. So the business information is on one of the pages above his name as well. But yes, he was the employee who assisted.
And he's no longer there?
Correct. He's in Texas.
Okay, so the actual details of the firearm transaction, if my client were to say why he got it, anything like that, that wouldn't show in those records.
Why your client purchased a firearm?
Yeah,
There's no
why, or any sort
reason.
of discussion that went along with that.
There's none of that information included in that paperwork.
Gotcha. And the entrance, and I guess there's no exit, there's just entrance records. That just shows from a computer printout that these are the days that these people went there, correct?
Yes.
And in order to find out if somebody else had gone with them on a certain date, we'd have to tell you what name and then try to line them up, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you were requested to get the records for Juliana Perez Magalhães and my client, correct?
Yes.
And so that's why those actions connect up.
Yes.
Now, would you have any knowledge as to whether the new firearm that was purchased on the purchasing record was ever used by Brendan Banfield or Juliana Perez Magalhães?
No, I would not have that
There would be
information.
no information to that?
Correct.
Okay. Would you have recognized my client?
No.
Okay, so you're just strictly the documents and these are the records and this is that. Okay,
Correct.
well, I won't ask you any questions you're not gonna have the answers for, so thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, redirect? No, ma'am. All right, I assume she's not subject to recall.
She is not subject to
Okay.
recall.
You're
Thank
free-
you.
You're free to go. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
Go forth and conquer.
Judge, it's going to be, Douglas Gudekunst.
Okay.
Do you have any exhibits? Okay, cool.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Could you first please state and spell your first and last name for us?
My name is Douglas Gudekunst. That's Douglas. Gudekunst, Gudakkunst.
And can you tell us how you are currently employed?
I'm a fingerprint specialist with the Fairfax County Police Department.
And are you assigned to any specific division within the police department?
Yes, our section is referred to as Novaris.
Is Novaris an acronym?
Yes, it stands for the Northern Virginia Regional Identification System.
And how long have you been a fingerprint examiner for Novaris?
It will be 8 years in February.
And has that entire period been within the employment of the Fairfax County Police Department at Novaris?
Yes,
And you examine more than fingerprints, correct?
also palm prints.
And what are the duties of a fingerprint examiner?
We are tasked with comparing fingerprints to known samples and known samples to known samples. So to sort of decide and make decisions whether or not the two fingerprints we're looking at originated from the same finger or palm.
And can you tell us about the training that you've received in the area of fingerprint examination and identification?
I have an undergraduate in forensic science from Mercyhurst University and a graduate degree from George Mason University in the same, as well as a large number of industry-specific training courses.
And during your career, can you estimate the number of fingerprint examinations and identifications that you have engaged in?
It's not something that we track. It is easily in the hundreds of thousands.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I am a member of the International Association for Identification.
And have you testified previously in court?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
7, I believe, maybe 8,
And any of those times in Fairfax County?
all of them.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in any court in Virginia in the area of friction ridge examination and comparison, also known as fingerprint examination and comparison?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
7 or 8.
And at this point, Judge, I'd move to admit Mr. Gudekunst as an expert in the area of friction ridge examination and comparison, which is also known as fingerprint identification and examination.
All right, any objection? You want to void your? All right, no objection, so moved. Thank you.
Can you describe for us what a latent print is?
A latent print is a reproduction of the ridges found on the surfaces of our hands, and also our feet, but primarily our hands. When you touch an item, you leave that reproduction behind, but it's not readily visible. That's why it is latent. It needs to be processed in some way to be made readily visible.
And what does a fingerprint examiner do with a latent fingerprint?
In our office, we receive them already processed. We don't do the processing ourselves. So we receive latent fingerprint evidence from the police department. We assess them for quality. We can search them through different databases that we have access to of known fingerprints, and we can compare those fingerprints to the response list that we get, as well as compare them directly to requested subjects.
And are there any complexities in working with latent prints?
Yes, they can be very complex. They are not all automatically very good quality latent prints. When you touch something, it doesn't necessarily leave a latent print. It may. That latent print can be very small, very fragmented, very low quality, unable to visualize clearly, and different processing methods can also degrade those qualities and make them less helpful or useful.
And are there different levels of details to a fingerprint?
Yes, we classify the levels of detail that we look at in a tiered system 1, 2, and 3 in smaller and smaller granularity. Level 1 detail is an overall flow of the ridges, the pattern type. Level 2 detail is going to be independent ridge path, where we watch one particular ridge and we can see it doing a thing, either stopping or splitting. And then level 3 is going to be those even smaller than that. This ridge has a pore here, or is thick, or is thin, different characteristics on the very edge of the ridge. Those are level 3 detail.
And can you tell us what a known fingerprint is?
A known fingerprint is an intentionally recorded reproduction of the friction ridge skin on the hands, or sometimes the feet, that is taken intentionally and under controlled circumstances with traditionally ink. Modern days, most of them are done electronically, but still ink is occasionally used, where ink is applied to the hand, and then the hand is touched to the contrasting paper or the scanner with no ink. And then those are kept as a known sample of the friction ridge skin of that person.
And what do you do when you compare latent prints to known prints?
We have a process that we call ACE-V. So when we get a latent print, the first thing we do is assess or analyze that single print in isolation. Is it a fingerprint? Which way is towards the tip of the finger? What is the pattern type? How is it processed? How much detail do I see? And at that point, we usually make a decision. This is of value for comparison, or this is not of value of comparison, or it may be a limited value for comparison. Once we've assessed that print and analyzed it, we then do a side-by-side comparison. That is the C in the ACE-V, where we look for similarities and differences. We note how similar or how different the spatial relationship between this branch of ridge is 3 ridges away from that branch of a ridge, and they're all working as a constellation together. After we've completed our comparison side by side, we weigh the information that we've discovered in that whole process. We evaluate it, E in ACE-V, and we make a decision. Those decisions are 3 types: either an identification, and that the 2 fingerprints did originate from the same source; an exclusion, where those 2 fingerprints did not originate from the same source; or an inconclusive, where we aren't able to make either of those determinations for many reasons. Then that process, those cases are given to another qualified fingerprint examiner who verifies it, the V, which is the same process that is ACE. So it's really ACE-ACE with 2 different people, so ACE-V.
And in this case, did you receive latent prints during the investigation?
Yes, I did.
How many of those latent prints were suitable for comparison?
In the initial submission, there was multiple versions of a single latent print that were suitable for comparison.
And in this case, did you obtain known prints?
Yes, I did.
How many sets of known prints did you obtain?
I obtained 4 sets of known prints.
And did you obtain prints from Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield?
Yes, I did.
And where and when did you obtain their prints?
I obtained them at the medical examiner's office on, I believe it was February the 28th.
And how did you obtain their prints?
I went to the medical examiner's office and I used ink and paper to collect the known prints.
And the known prints, did you obtain known prints from Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães?
Yes.
And where and when did you obtain their prints?
I obtained those at the Fairfax County Public Safety Headquarters on March the 2nd.
And how did you obtain their prints?
Also with ink and paper.
Did you compare the latent print in this case to the known prints of Christine Banfield, Juliana Perez Magalhães, Joseph Ryan, and Brendan Banfield?
Yes, I did.
And after comparing these items, did you draw any conclusions?
Yes, I did.
With regard to Christine Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães, what did you conclude?
That the single latent print in this case that I looked at for this was not from either of those hands.
And with regard to Joseph Ryan and Brendan Banfield, what did you conclude?
It was inconclusive to a single finger from each of those people.
And the latent print that you were asked to compare to the known prints, where did that come from?
The item that I received is a CD with digital images on it. The digital images were titled knife and then number dash number. So this was, the one I used was knife 3-3.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Mr. Carroll is going to have some
All right,
questions.
cross-examination. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Goodkins.
Good afternoon.
The known fingerprints that you received from my client was on March 2nd, 2024, correct?
Believe so.
I think that's what you just said.
Which, I don't remember if it was 24 or 23. I'd have to check the card.
I'm sorry, 23.
That makes more sense.
Okay, and you were there, my client was there, and he basically gave you access to his hands, and you took it down on a print card, correct?
More or less, yes,
So
that's correct.
the ink and the pad, and then you put it onto an actual print card or something that you work with?
Yes.
Okay, and so you had an opportunity to meet him at that time, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and was there any difficulty in getting that print from him?
No.
Okay, now specifically regarding the three, I guess, characterizations. I guess number one you said was a known match. What was the first?
For the conclusions, you mean?
Yes, yes.
So we have three conclusions. One of them is called an identification. which is,
Identification, okay.
The other is an exclusion, and then an inconclusive, which is neither of those.
Okay, and you indicated there's numerous reasons for that, correct?
Yes.
Now, so is there other than the fact that your test was inconclusive, are there other, is there anything else to draw from that other than that particular determination is that it's inconclusive?
No.
Okay, so there's no inference one way or another?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you did fingerprint analysis on other items of investigatory material in this case, correct?
There were additional fingerprints that were submitted to me, yes.
Okay, and is it fair to say that if they seek a fingerprint match or the opportunity to see if it's been identified, they would do something to get the evidence to you in order to have the known print or the latent print?
I'm not following, I'm sorry.
So for example, if there was like a safe that they wanted to check fingerprints on, would you go to the crime scene lab and get something to see, something so that you could have a latent print? I'm just asking because you had said that you went to crime scene or you went to wherever.
I went to the medical examiner's office.
Okay, the medical examiner. If there was pieces of evidence where you were asked to get fingerprints for, would you go to the crime scene to get if in fact something was there at crime scene?
No, that would fall under someone else's responsibility.
Okay, so you wouldn't be the one who did that, just in terms of the medical examiner, you would go to them.
Correct, yeah, in this case, I went to collect the fingerprints from the decedents.
So it would be incumbent on the Fairfax County Police to find the latent, put the latent into a form in which you could work with, and then you would then analyze it to determine what it was you needed in order to identify it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there ever anything done relating to any cell phones in this case?
I don't recall ever receiving any latents from a cell phone in this case.
Okay. Were you asked to do any sort of fingerprint examination on any laptops in this case?
No.
Okay. What about a gun safe? Were you asked to do that by anyone in forensic science?
No, not in this case.
Okay. Now, were you asked to do an analysis of prints on a letter that was
Objection.
received?
What's the objection?
Judge, this goes beyond the scope of direct and assumes facts that are not in evidence.
Overruled, go ahead.
Were you asked to examine a letter as part of an investigation that would have started in around June of 2025?
Yes, I was provided with some processed letters that did exhibit friction ridge marks.
Okay. And so there were marks on there, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to identify any of those marks, or were you waiting for further from the Fairfax County Police?
I was waiting for additional known exemplars from the people that are known to have touched the letter before I continued the examination.
Okay. And did you ever receive those things?
I did not.
Okay. And so is that investigatory request just not done?
I made it known that I needed the exemplars to continue several times. I was never scheduled to go and get them.
Now, you and I talked or had an opportunity to have a phone meeting sometime in November, I believe. Is that correct?
I don't remember if it was November, but I remember talking with you
Okay.
about.
And that was a follow-up for one that we were supposed to have in October that I was in a trial and I couldn't get
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay. When was the last time you heard from the detective from the Fairfax County Police regarding this particular item that needed to be examined prior to our meetings?
I reached out a couple of times. It was prior to your meetings. I don't recall the last one. I did speak with him afterwards as well.
Okay.
So after that time.
Would that have been in this year or in the last?
It would have been last year.
Okay. Would it have been around the October timeframe that we were talking?
No, because it would have been after I actually spoke with you. Which
Okay.
was in November, we think.
And did anything else get done?
Not by me.
Were you provided anything by the Fairfax County Police?
I was not.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Redirect?
And the exemplars that you were waiting for before you continued any examination of this letter, you were waiting for those exemplars from Mr. Carroll's office staff, isn't that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you've never been given them?
No.
Thank you.
All right, is this witness subject to recall? Nope, that's, okay. It is witness subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
Is he subject to recall? Is a possibility, okay. Since you might be subject to recall, I just want to remind you not to discuss your testimony with anybody, and you're still under the rules for witnesses, okay, sir?
Okay.
All right, thank you. You're free to go for today, though. All right, would this be a good time for lunch? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break then until 2 o'clock. Again, just don't do any outside research, and please don't discuss this case with anybody, okay? Thank you. All right, so 2 o'clock then, or anything else we need to discuss? We're good for 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock, Mr. Carroll? All right, 2 o'clock, thank you.
All rise.
Come to order.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
No, Judge, if we
Okay.
can address one matter, I
Sure.
think on your bench, a letter we can approach.
Okay, sure. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. All right, now are we ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, your next witness.
It's going to be Kara McCarthy, Your Honor.
Sorry, one more time, Karen.
Kara McCarthy.
Karen McCarthy, thank you.
Please stand forward, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
My name is Kara McCarthy, CARAMCCARTHY.
And what is your occupation?
I am the supervisor of the Firearm and Toolmark section at the Virginia Department of Forensic Science, the Northern Laboratory in Manassas,
And how long have you been employed by the Department of Forensic Science?
for almost 12 years,
And for how long have you been assigned to the Forensic Firearm and Toolmark section?
the entire time.
What is firearm identification and analysis?
Firearms identification has a primary concern to determine if a bullet, a cartridge case, or other ammunition component was fired from a particular firearm.
And how is firearm identification possible?
Firearms identification is possible because most manufacturing processes involve the transfer of rapidly changing microscopic markings onto various tool surfaces, like firearm parts. And these firearm parts may impart markings onto ammunition components when they come in contact with each other. And then I can evaluate these markings on ammunition components in the laboratory using microscopy.
And where did you work before you worked for the Virginia Department of Forensic Science?
I was previously employed as a firearm and toolmark examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences in Decatur, Georgia.
And could you please describe your duties as a forensic firearm and toolmark examiner?
Some of my job duties include evaluating firearms-related evidence that is submitted to the laboratory, analyzing the results of that evidence, reporting on my findings in a certificate of analysis, testifying when requested, providing training to scientists in the section, and also managing the day-to-day operations of the section.
And approximately how many firearms examinations have you conducted in your career?
Approximately 2,500.
What's your relevant educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Baylor University, and I also have a Master's in Education from the University of Notre Dame.
And what specialized training have you had in the field of forensic firearm and tool mark examination?
When I started my training at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, I underwent a rigorous training program with GBI and NFSTC, National Forensic Science Technology Center. And during that time, I successfully completed numerous oral, written, and practical examinations in multiple blocks of instruction in the firearm and tool mark discipline. I also attended a comprehensive manufacturing plant tour. I was qualified to work cases in the firearm and tool mark section, and I did so for a period of time before I accepted a position with the Virginia Department of Forensic Science, again, went through a brief training program with Virginia, and again, was qualified to work casework in the firearm and tool mark section.
And have you had occasion to train others in the field of forensic firearms and tool mark analysis?
Yes, I have.
And what subjects have you taught?
I've provided training in the firearm and tool mark discipline to trainees in this section. I'm also an adjunct instructor for George Mason University. I teach their firearm and tool mark identification class for their graduate forensic science program.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the area of forensic firearm and tool mark examination and analysis?
Yes, I have.
And in what courts have you been so qualified?
I have testified in several courts in the state of Georgia, as well as numerous courts in the Commonwealth of Virginia, including the counties of Fairfax, Loudoun, Prince William, Page, and the cities of Winchester, Alexandria, Norfolk, Portsmouth, among others, and United States District Court, the Eastern District in Alexandria.
Do you have an estimate as to the number of times that you've been qualified as an expert?
I have testified approximately 89 times. A majority of those I was qualified as an expert.
And do you have an estimation of how many times you've been qualified as an expert in Fairfax County?
About 9 times.
Judge, I would ask that the witness be qualified as an expert in the area of forensic firearm and ammunition examination comparison, as well as muzzle to target distance determination.
Any objection? All right, so move then.
Are you familiar with the components of a cartridge?
Yes, I am.
And did you bring a demonstrative to help explain this to us?
Yes, I did.
Could you please describe these components for us with your demonstrative?
Yes, Your Honor, may I retrieve it?
Yes.
This is a demonstrative aid of a cartridge. A cartridge is a single unit of ammunition, and it's made up of 4 parts: the primer, the cartridge case, the propellant inside the cartridge case, and the bullet.
And are you familiar with the functioning of a semi-automatic firearm?
Yes.
Could you explain how a cartridge is fired from a firearm?
Cartridges are loaded into the magazine, and the magazine is inserted into the frame of the firearm. On top of the frame sits a barrel and slide. Pull the slide of the firearm rearward and let go. As the slide travels forward, it will strip a cartridge from the magazine into the chamber of the firearm, which is the rear portion of the barrel. At that time, the firearm is ready to fire. Put your finger on the trigger and pull the trigger rearward. This will release the firing mechanism, and the firing pin will strike the primer of the cartridge. The primer will ignite the propellant. The propellant will burn, and gas will build up and force the bullet out of the cartridge case and down the barrel of the firearm. The energy will send the slide traveling rearward, where the extractor will extract the cartridge case out of the chamber, and the ejector will kick the cartridge case out of the firearm. The slide travels forward again, stripping a new cartridge from the magazine into the chamber. And you can repeat the process by pulling the trigger again.
And can you describe the process by which you examine firearms and ammunition components in a laboratory setting?
I routinely examine firearms and ammunition components like bullets and cartridge cases in the laboratory. Regarding firearms, I conduct a visual and physical examination to determine if they are in working order. I check the safety features of the firearm and test fire the firearm at the lab. Regarding ammunition components, I evaluate these microscopically to determine if they have suitable markings on them for comparison to other ammunition components in the case or to test fires that I produce from a firearm.
And were you asked to analyze firearms, magazines, ammunition components, and a T-shirt for this particular case?
Yes, I was.
At this point in time, I am going to ask to admit what I believe is going to be Commonwealth's probably 235. And it is, I've got it in a box over here.
All right. Any objection to 235? I think it's the fire. I think it's a firearm. Okay, no objection to 235?
235.
235.
And do you recognize this item?
May I look at the container?
Yes.
Yes, I recognize Commonwealth's Exhibit Item 235 by the laboratory number N231753 and the initials on the container. My initials on the container.
And what is the item?
This item is a firearm. It's a Glock Model 19M 9mm Luger pistol.
And when you began your examination of this firearm, were there any attachments on it?
Yes,
And what was the attachment?
there is a flashlight that's attached to the firearm.
Was it necessary to remove that flashlight?
Yes, for my examination.
And what did you do to determine whether this firearm was in working order?
I performed a visual and physical examination on the firearm. I checked the safety features of the firearm and I also test fired it.
And what was the result of your examination?
This firearm, the Glock Model 19M, was found to be in mechanical operating condition with the safety features functioning properly.
And are you familiar with the item number 1 on your certificate of analysis lab sheet?
Yes, I am.
And what is that item?
Item 1 on the certificate of analysis for laboratory number N23-1753 is a 9mm Luger cartridge case.
And tell us how you went about analyzing item 1.
I microscopically examined the item 1 cartridge case and compared it to test fires that I produced from Commonwealth's Exhibit 235.
And what was the result of the examination?
The item 1 cartridge case was identified as having been fired in Commonwealth's Exhibit 235, the Glock Model 19M pistol.
And are you familiar with item 80 on your certificate of analysis lab sheet?
Yes.
And what is item 80 and how many parts did it have?
Item 80 on the certificate of analysis for N23-1753 contains 3 bullet fragments and 2 lead fragments from autopsy.
And whose autopsy are they from?
The autopsy of Joseph Ryan.
And tell us how you went about analyzing these bullet fragments.
The bullet fragments were designated items 80A, 80B, and 80C. These were microscopically examined, and the item 80A bullet fragment was compared to test fires produced from Commonwealth's exhibit item 235, the Glock Model 19M pistol.
And we can put that item aside, and we're going to move on to a different firearm. And Judge, I'm going to ask to admit this as Commonwealth's 236.
236, any objection to 236? 230, it's the second firearm. All right, 236.
And do you recognize this item?
Yes, I recognize this item by the laboratory number N23-1753 and my initials on the container.
And what is it?
This item is a firearm. It's a Glock Model 43X 9mm Luger pistol.
And what did you do to determine whether this firearm was in working order?
I performed a visual and physical examination on the firearm, checked the safety features, and I also test fired the firearm.
And what was the result of your examination?
This firearm, the Glock Model 43X, was found to be in mechanical operating condition with the safety features functioning properly.
And are you familiar with item 2 on your certificate of analysis lab sheet?
Yes.
And what is item 2?
Item 2 for laboratory number N23-1753 is a 9mm Luger cartridge case.
And can you tell us how you went about analyzing the cartridge case?
I microscopically analyzed the item 2 cartridge case and compared it to test fires that I produced from Commonwealth's exhibit 236, the Glock Model 43X pistol.
And I'm sorry, what was the result of the examination?
The item 2 cartridge case was identified as having been fired in Commonwealth's exhibit 236, the Glock Model 43X.
And are you familiar with item 81 on your certificate of analysis lab sheet?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
Item 81 on laboratory case number N23-1753 is a bullet from the autopsy of Joseph Ryan.
And tell us how you went about analyzing this bullet.
I microscopically examined the bullet, item 81, and compared it to test fires from Commonwealth's exhibit 236, the Glock Model 43X pistol.
And what was the result of your examination?
The item 81 bullet was identified as having been fired from Commonwealth's exhibit 236, the Glock Model 43X pistol.
Did you memorialize your conclusions in a certificate of analysis?
Yes.
In a moment, I hope to show you that.
Oh. What's that?
It's not here.
Exhibit number 230. Hold on. No, nothing has been loaded onto this. If you had it on there, it had to be loaded onto here.
I got it on here.
Okay, but you don't have,
Yes, I do.
you have HDMI?
No, I have a dongle.
Right, where is the dongle?
In my, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any? Lift up. There you go.
Get it. Okay. If I could have you take a look at the document that's displayed on your screen. Can you see it?
Yes,
Okay.
I can.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll through it. This has been stipulated to its admissibility. Is this your lab sheet?
Yes, it is.
And can you note the date for us?
This is the certificate of analysis that I produced on this case. The certificate of analysis is dated April 11th, 2023.
And does this lab sheet reflect the results that we've just discussed?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Judge, if we could terminate this view, I would ask to admit this as Commonwealth 234.
Any objection to 234? You need your microphone, Mr. Carroll, I can't.
I don't have an objection, Judge, but I'd like to leave this up for cross-examination.
Oh, I don't, are you done now? Or?
I have one more section.
Okay, that's fine,
Yes.
yes, but I'm sure they can leave it up for you.
Yes.
Okay. So it is an evidence as 234, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Were you asked to do an additional analysis in this case at a later date?
Yes, I was.
What type of analysis were you asked to do?
I was asked to perform a muzzle to target distance determination examination.
And which items did you use, which exhibits and items did you use to do that?
For that examination, I used item 83, which is a t-shirt. I also used item, it's my item 5, the Glock Model 43X pistol and cartridges in the case.
And is that the Glock 43X pistol that we just examined here?
Yes.
What is a muzzle to target distance determination?
A muzzle to target distance determination is an examination that's conducted in an attempt to determine the approximate distance the muzzle of the firearm was from the target at the time of firing.
And how is it possible to determine how far away a firearm was at the time it was fired?
When a firearm is fired, not only does the bullet exit the firearm, but also gunshot residues. These residues leave the firearm in the shape of a cone. And they are comprised of burned, unburned, partially burned gunpowder particles, as well as vaporous lead or smoke, lead particulate, and really anything else that's in the barrel at the time of firing. And these residues can be deposited in a predictable and reproducible pattern at certain distances. So in the laboratory, I can examine items of clothing, examine them for gunshot residues, and then compare them to known targets that I've created in the laboratory.
And how do you conduct this examination in the laboratory?
Regarding the evidence item of clothing, I visually, microscopically, and chemically process that for the presence of gunshot residues. I also create test targets at known distances and compare those test targets to the results of the evidence clothing.
And were you able to draw any conclusions about the distance between the muzzle of the 43X and the hole in the t-shirt?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
The t-shirt, item 83 on my lab report, had a hole in the front left middle area. And this area was visually, microscopically, and chemically processed for gunshot residues, and no pattern of residues was found. Therefore, this is indicative of the muzzle of the Glock 43X having been greater than approximately 21 inches from the hole in the shirt at the time of firing, barring the presence of an intervening object.
And did you memorialize your conclusions in a certificate of analysis?
Yes, I did.
And Judge, if I could have this next item displayed only to the witness. Do you see the document on your screen?
Yes.
And this is, I'm asking to admit this as Commonwealth's 231, and it has been stipulated too.
I already have 231 as Christine's phone with.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then
the app showing.
We'll do that as
Correction. Yes.
235,
235 is the firearm Glock 19M.
236,
236 is the firearm Glock 43X.
237,
That is blank.
237.
237. Any objection? All right. Thank you.
I'm going to scroll through this so that you can see. Is this your lab sheet?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions for you. Mr. Carroll is going to have some questions for you. I'm going to separate for this for just a moment so that only the lab sheets that Mr.
Okay.
Carroll is looking for are showing.
Take a moment to do that. Mr. Carroll, are you going to need the firearms themselves for your cross-examination? Okay. You can bring them over here. And Deputy Johnson, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. McCarthy.
Good afternoon.
I think we previously had spoken in prep, or I guess months before this trial date. I had indicated that I was going to stipulate to your lab sheets when they asked me to do that, but I did have some questions related to how you receive the firearms and what you do with the firearms after you're done. That's okay. So at some point you receive, and if I'm assuming something wrong, please tell me.
Okay.
At some point you receive the firearms from the evidence detectives at Fairfax County Police Department, correct?
The firearms are submitted to the laboratory to evidence receiving specialist, and that's when they get a laboratory number assigned to them and they're entered into our system.
Okay. And so there's someone in your organization that takes it and then brings it to you for whatever the specific test is.
They receive the evidence from the agency. They may transfer that evidence to the section, or I may pick up the evidence at their section.
Okay, and I think we're talking about on 235, Exhibit 235, we're talking about the Glock 19M?
Yes.
Okay. Was it packaged like it was today for you when you opened it up?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so same packaging, and then you put yellow tape over it after you're done?
That's correct.
Okay, and when you took it out, what was the condition of the firearm when you got an opportunity to handle it?
I can refer specifically to my notes if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Can I refer to my notes, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
The Glock Model 19M was received in a closed brown bag with a zip tie through the action of the firearm, and a flashlight was attached to the firearm. And there was possible biological material that I noted on the firearm.
Okay, and the biological material, would that have been blood?
That's outside my area of expertise.
Okay. Well, I guess that my question is there any sort of a cleanup of that firearm in order to do the things that you do to test it?
No, I did not clean the firearm.
Okay, and are there any instructions to police department evidence clerks or detectives who are bringing things like firearms to you and how they should be in, what condition they should be in before you get them?
Firearms can be submitted to the laboratory in the same condition that they are recovered in, particularly ones that are submitted in water. We want the agency to submit the firearm with water or in water.
Okay. And is there any situation where you would want them, if say there were other tests that needed to be done, where you would advise them to do other tests before the tests that you do?
There are some agencies that do test fire the firearm for entry into the NIBIN system before it's submitted to the laboratory.
And was that done in this case, do you know?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the testing, would the testing have you done, that you did in creating this lab sheet, would that have caused any contamination to any later blood analysis that was on the gun?
Again, any analysis regarding biological materials outside my area of expertise.
Okay, so there are no policies or anything regarding that?
Typically, if there is a request for a DNA test or a latent print test, that would occur before it comes to the firearms section.
Okay. I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Neither of these firearms were submitted to you in water, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No, Judge.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a good day. All right, your next witness?
Catherine Colombo, please.
Catherine, I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Colombo.
Colombo, thank you. Catherine Colombo.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
My name is Catherine Colombo. My first name is spelled Kathryn. My last name is spelled Colombo.
Thank you. What is your current occupation and where are you employed?
I'm a forensic scientist and I'm employed by the Virginia Department of Forensic Science
And how long have you worked for DFS?
for 18 years.
Did you have any experience in forensic DNA testing prior to DFS?
I did. I was employed for 9 years as a DNA analyst at a private forensic DNA testing laboratory. I was employed for 3 years at the FBI laboratory conducting testing in the serology and DNA analysis units. And I was employed for 1 year at the Suffolk County Laboratory in New York in the same capacity, conducting body fluid testing and DNA testing.
Outside of your extensive experience, did you have to go through any specific training to become a DFS employee?
At DFS, and actually for each of my places of employment, there was specialized training with supervisory and senior scientists, and it involved a combination of attending lectures, reading the literature, processing a wide range of samples in the laboratory, and then successfully completing laboratory written and oral competencies.
Thank you. What are your responsibilities as a forensic scientist at DFS?
I examine items of evidence for the presence of body fluid stains, such as blood and semen. I conduct DNA testing. I issue reports of my results and interpretations, and I testify in court when needed.
Speaking of testimony, have you testified as an expert before?
I have.
All right. Do you recall testifying as an expert in Fairfax County?
Yes,
How many times?
approximately 30.
All right, thank you. Judge, at this time, I would offer Ms. Colombo as an expert in the field of forensic science and DNA analysis.
Any objection? So moved. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Colombo, can you briefly describe for the jury what DNA is?
The letters are an abbreviation for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's the chemical substance found in our bodies that contains all the information and instructions that a person needs to develop and function during his or her lifetime. So it contains the information and instructions that influence the person's physical traits, and it contains the information and instructions that directs and regulates cellular processes occurring in the body. We inherit our DNA from our parents, half from our father and half from our mother.
And can you describe for the jury what DNA typing is?
Forensic DNA typing is a laboratory procedure that examines locations or regions of the DNA where individuals may have different DNA information. It's used to determine if an evidence profile, perhaps it's a profile from a sample from the crime scene, it's used to determine whether that evidence profile could or could not have originated from certain individuals whose DNA has been submitted for comparison. And this information can be useful in the investigation of a criminal case.
So how do you do this? What is the process that you use at the lab to type DNA?
It's a multi-step process, and it begins with a DNA extraction. And this is the step where the cells present in the sample are broken open to release the DNA, and then the DNA is purified of other cellular material. Then an assessment is made of the quantity and the quality of the DNA. Then a technique is used to label and make millions of copies of specific regions of the DNA. And at the end of this step, I have labeled copies of DNA fragments of different lengths. I then utilize an instrument to separate the fragments by size and detect the labels. And the information or the data from this instrument is imported into a software program that allows me to visualize the DNA profiles.
And what is the name of that software program, if you will?
That's called Gene Mapper.
Okay. Do the terms Powerplex fusion mean anything to you?
Yes, that's the name of the routine DNA test that I conduct, and it examines 24 regions on the DNA. I also conduct Y chromosome testing, which examines 17 regions on the Y chromosome.
What information do you then rely on for your statistical analysis?
For that analysis, I use the actual data for the evidence profile being evaluated, and I use population studies of the frequencies of the DNA types that's provided by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and I'm utilizing standards and guidelines in the field as well as my own laboratory's procedures.
All right, let's talk about other types of testing that you might perform outside of DNA. Do you test for bodily fluids?
I do.
Okay, and what information do you use or what methods do you employ to detect the presence of bodily fluids?
Body fluid testing, blood is indicated using visual and chemical tests. For seminal fluid, these tests are done using visual tests, chemical tests, and/or immunological tests. I also conduct a microscopic examination for spermatozoa, which are the male reproductive cells.
All right. So I think later we're going to see not confirmatory. What does it mean when the results of these tests on bodily fluid are not confirmatory?
Yes, so the blood and the seminal fluid tests that I do are called presumptive tests, and it means that a substance could possibly cause a positive reaction when either of those body fluids are not actually present. The identification of spermatozoa with a microscopic examination, that is a confirmatory test.
Thank you. So did you receive evidence collected from each of the 4 individuals involved in this case?
I did.
And what did you receive? Specifically, did you receive perk kits?
I did.
Okay. What is a perk to your knowledge?
It's a kit that contains samples and swabbings from various body areas.
And did you receive a perk from Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan?
I did, and each contained a blood sample from which I produced a DNA profile to be used for comparison to evidence profiles.
All right. And then from Juliana Perez Magalhães and Brendan Banfield, did you receive a different type of material?
Yes,
what did you receive?
I received buccal samples from each, and a buccal sample is a swabbing of the inside of the mouth, of the inner cheeks, and it's a way for an individual to provide a DNA sample from which a profile can be developed and used for comparison to evidence profiles.
So you were able to develop a DNA profile for each of the 4 individuals involved in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You were then given a number of items to test for the presence of DNA and compare to those 4 profiles, right?
Yes,
Okay. Approximately how many certificates of analysis did that produce?
5.
I'm going to draw your attention to what I would like to offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 160, the lab analysis sheet from May 22nd, 2023.
Any objection? All right, 160 in evidence?
And if that can be published, please.
Yes.
All right, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Can you identify what it is?
It's the certificate of analysis that I issued for laboratory case number N231753, and it's dated May 22nd, 2023.
All right. Let's walk through the items that you tested that resulted in the production of this certificate of analysis. We see item 10, the knife, and if I can have the court share Commonwealth's 114, previously admitted. Is this the item that you tested?
It appears to be, yes.
All right. Tell us about your results.
I collected a sample of red-brown staining from the sharp edge of the blade, and I recovered a sample of red-brown staining from the heel of the blade, and blood was indicated in each of those samples. And I developed the same DNA profile from each of those samples. And Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of that profile. Brendan Banfield, Juliana Magalhães, and Joseph Ryan were each eliminated as contributors of that DNA profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from these 2 samples is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion, which is the approximate world population. And that was the case when I did the calculation in each of 3 population groups, the Caucasian, the African American, and the Hispanic. I then recovered a sample of red-brown staining from the underside of the handle where the blade and the handle meet, and I developed a DNA mixture profile. And that means that DNA from more than 1 individual was present. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Magalhães were eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile. I referred the data for this mixture profile to a separate analyst for evaluation with specialized software and for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and any statistics if applicable.
Thank you. Going back to your test of the blade of the knife and the language that an individual could not be eliminated as a contributor, would you also be able to say that means it was a match to the contributors that you did identify?
That could be another term that could be used. Could not be eliminated, a match, an inclusion.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask you to take a look at what's been previously admitted as Commonwealth's 129. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and this was the fitted sheet from the bedroom of Juliana Magalhães. Is that your understanding?
it is.
What areas of this sheet did you test?
I tested 5 stained areas. 4 of them were located inside that center area where there's the larger circle. And then 1 was located below the larger circle. And spermatozoa, which are the male reproductive cells, were identified in these 5 stained areas. I collected samples for DNA from 3 of the 5 areas, and I developed DNA profiles consistent with originating from common contributors. And because of that consistency, I selected the data from just one of the areas for further analysis and reporting. When I processed this sample, I used a method that attempts to separate the DNA information contained within the sperm cells from the DNA information contained within any other cell type present in the sample. So from the sperm fraction, I developed a DNA profile. Brendan Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of that profile. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as a contributor of that profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from the sperm fraction is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
All right, so Brendan Banfield's spermatozoa was identified on Juliana Perez Magalhães' bedsheet.
He could not be eliminated as a contributor of that profile, and the other 3 individuals were eliminated.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
For the non-sperm fraction, I developed a DNA mixture profile, and Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães could not be eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile. Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan were each eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to this mixture profile is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion, and that was the case in each of the 3 population groups.
Thank you. Turning to item 91, the physical evidence recovery kit, or PERC, from Christine Banfield. When you examined the contents of that kit, what did you determine?
In the kit, there was a vaginal cervical sample, an anorectal sample, and an oral sample, and blood was indicated on the oral sample. The blood tests were inconclusive for the vaginal cervical and anorectal sample, and no male DNA was detected on any of these samples, so no further testing was conducted. There, in the kit, there was a left breast swab, a right breast swab, a swabbing of the back of the left hand, and a swabbing of the palm of the left hand. And blood was indicated on each of these samples. From each of these samples, I developed a full profile attributable to Christine Banfield, and there were types different from Christine Banfield. However, the types different were too limited for comparison purposes. I did determine at this stage in the testing that it was possible that male DNA was present in these samples.
And did you then set those samples aside for further testing?
I reported that male DNA was possibly present and that these may be suitable for further Y chromosome DNA testing.
All right. To go back for just a second, though, before we looked at the left backhand, right breast, left palm, the anorectal, oral, and vaginal sample, they were negative for male DNA. Is that correct?
No male DNA was detected.
Thank you. What did you test next?
Then there was the right back of the hand sample, the right palm sample, and 3 samples from the neck, and blood was indicated on each of these samples. From each of these samples, there was a full profile attributable to Christine Banfield. However, there was nothing different from Christine Banfield. For the right hand samples, the back of the hand and the palm, it was possible that male DNA was present. For the 3 next samples, no male DNA was detected.
Looking then at the fingernail clippings, what did you learn from your testing?
Blood was indicated in a sample of the right hand fingernail clippings and in a sample of the left hand fingernail clippings. And I developed a DNA profile, and the profile that I developed from these samples, there was a full profile attributable to Christine Banfield. There was nothing different from Christine Banfield. However, it was possible that male DNA was present in these 2 samples.
Thank you. Did you also test head hair, pubic combings?
No.
Okay. You then turned to the physical evidence recovery kit from Joseph Ryan, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And what item from that kit did you test first?
I tested them contemporaneous in time, but listed in the report is the genital penis sample. No blood was observed on this sample. And I developed full profiles that were attributable to Joseph Ryan. There was nothing foreign to Joseph Ryan.
From the genital penis sample?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. You then have reported on his right backhand, left backhand, right palm, and left palm. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was determined from that testing?
Blood was indicated on each of those samples. There was a full profile attributable to Joseph Ryan in each of those samples. And then from each, the same profile different from Joseph Ryan was detected, and Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the different profile. Juliana Magalhães and Brendan Banfield were eliminated as contributors of the different profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile different from the hand samples of Joseph Ryan is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
And Joseph Ryan's fingernail clippings?
Yes, blood was indicated on the right hand fingernail clipping sample and on the left hand fingernail clipping sample. And I developed a full profile from each of these samples attributable to Joseph Ryan, and the same profile different from Joseph Ryan was developed from each of these samples. And Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the different profile. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Magalhães were eliminated as contributors of the different profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the different profile developed from each of the fingernail samples from Joseph Ryan is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
Thank you. Going to direct your attention to what's been previously admitted as Commonwealth's 119. And this was a photograph at the scene of the crime of what I believe you tested as item 39, swab of stain on wall. You were also given what was photographed in Commonwealth's Exhibit 112. Previously admitted. Items 42 and 43, swabs of stains from the carpet, and specifically from the carpet in front of the laundry basket. Now, tell us about your testing on these 3 swabs.
Blood was indicated on each of the swabs, and I developed the same DNA profile from each of the swabs. Joseph Ryan could not be eliminated as a contributor of the profile. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as a contributor of the profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from these 3 swabs is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
Okay, so that's Joseph Ryan's blood on the wall and these 2 locations on the carpet. Is that correct?
He can't be eliminated as a contributor, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to show you what was previously admitted as, one moment, Commonwealth's 120. This photograph in evidence was for item 41, the swab of stain from the front of the laundry basket. What testing did you perform there?
I conducted the blood testing, and blood was indicated, and a DNA mixture profile was developed, and Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan could not be eliminated as contributors to that mixture profile. Juliana Magalhães and Brendan Banfield were eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to this mixture profile is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
All right, so that's Christine and Joe cannot be eliminated from this side of the basket. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Turning to Commonwealth's previously admitted 121, the photograph that shows us a different angle of the basket. You tested a swab from the side of the laundry basket as item 56. Is that correct?
It is.
And what profiles were present there?
Blood was indicated, and I developed a DNA profile. Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the profile. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as a contributor of the profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from this stain swab is 1 in greater than 7.2 billion in each of the population groups.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Commonwealth's 103, previously admitted. Here we have the side of a bed frame. You were provided with a swab of a substance from that bed frame as item 71. Again, what did your test reveal?
Blood was indicated, and a DNA mixture profile was developed. Juliana Magalhães and Brendan Banfield were eliminated as the contributors to the mixture profile. And for this mixture profile, I referred the data to another analyst for evaluation of the profile with specialized software and for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and any statistics if applicable.
Thank you. This time, I'm going to have you take a look at Commonwealth's 161, a certificate of analysis from July 17th, 2023, and I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 161.
Any objection? 161 in evidence.
All right, so this one's a little different. Tell us, what is Y chromosome testing?
A Y chromosome testing is a male-specific test, and it examines regions on the Y chromosome.
Why was that manner of testing employed in this case?
In my previous report, I had indicated that there were samples where it was possible that male DNA was present and that Y chromosome testing could be done, and that request was made for me to do that testing. And the Y chromosome testing can be useful in situations where larger amounts of female DNA are mixed with smaller amounts of male DNA, such that with the routine test, I either don't get any information from the male component or I get limited information that I can't use for comparison. So the advantage of the Y chromosome test is that it will ignore the female DNA and it just examines regions on the Y chromosome, which is found only in males. The disadvantage is that it's not as discriminating as the routine test. There's less diversity, and with this test, males in the same paternal line would be expected to have the same Y chromosome DNA profile.
Okay, so using this alternative method of testing, what did you learn from the knife?
First, I want to mention that for the known samples from Brendan Banfield and from Joseph Ryan, I developed Y chromosome DNA profiles that I used for comparison to the evidence profiles developed.
Thank you. And did you compare those profiles to the profile developed from the knife?
Yes, I developed Y chromosome DNA types from the sample that I recovered from the sharp edge of the blade. However, these types were not suitable for comparison because of the limited information obtained.
Okay, and then you took a look at the perk from Christine Banfield again, and specifically the fingernail clippings?
Yes.
Did that reveal any information?
So for the right hand fingernail clippings, a Y chromosome DNA mixture profile originating from more than one male was developed, and Brendan Banfield was eliminated as a contributor to this Y chromosome DNA mixture profile. Because my laboratory does not have a method to use to calculate statistics for this type of Y chromosome mixture profile, I'm not offering any conclusions with respect to Joseph Ryan. For the left-hand fingernail clippings from Christine Banfield, a Y chromosome DNA mixture profile originating from more than one male was developed. However, this mixture profile was not suitable for comparison due to the unknown number of contributors.
All right, and then turning to her right breast, and left backhand samples.
Yes. So Y chromosome DNA mixture profiles originating from more than one male were developed from each of these samples, and there is insufficient information to draw a conclusion with respect to Brendan Banfield as a contributor to these Y chromosome DNA mixture profiles. And again, with these mixture profiles, because my laboratory doesn't have a method in use for calculating statistics for this kind of a Y chromosome mixture profile, I'm not offering any conclusions with respect to Joseph Ryan.
Were you able to reach any conclusions for the right backhand and left palm sample?
Yes, Y chromosome DNA mixture profiles were developed, and I developed the same major Y chromosome DNA profile from each of these samples. And a major profile means that one of the contributors is contributing more of their DNA relative to the other, such that that profile can be clearly and easily determined. So Joseph Ryan could not be eliminated as a contributor of the major Y chromosome DNA profile developed from these two samples, nor could any of his male relatives in his paternal line. Brendan Banfield was eliminated as a contributor of the major profile developed from these two samples. And I followed there's a particular procedure for calculating the statistics for the Y chromosome, and it ultimately resulted in a frequency for the major Y chromosome DNA profile of approximately 1 in 2,800 male individuals in the Caucasian population, 1 in 2,300 male individuals in the African American population, and 1 in 2,000 male individuals in the Hispanic population. For the minor profiles, they weren't suitable for comparison, either due to the limited information obtained or to the complex nature.
Okay, and you looked at the right palm sample, but that one was not suitable for comparison, is that correct?
That's right, that was due to the complex nature and the limited information obtained. It was a DNA mixture, a Y chromosome DNA mixture profile that was developed from that sample.
Okay. We'll turn to what's being marked as Commonwealth's 162, Certificate of Analysis from February 5th, 2024.
Yes.
To offer that into evidence at this time as Commonwealth's 162.
Any objection? 162.
All right, do you recognize this document?
I do.
All right, and Judge, I'd ask it be published. It has not yet already.
It is.
All right. Gonna try to move through this one a little bit more quickly because it wasn't as interesting, I think, for us. The swab of the cartridge casings did not present enough DNA for there to be testing. Is that correct?
That's correct. For the item 75 swab of the cartridge case, no blood was observed. For item 76, no blood was indicated. And then for this type of sample, which is called a DNA trace sample or a DNA touch sample, my laboratory has done a study and we've determined a threshold of DNA that must be present in order to proceed with the testing, because we know if we don't have that threshold met, we don't get useful results. And these two samples did not meet the threshold, so DNA analysis was discontinued.
All right, and the testing from Mr. Banfield's hand swabs, what did that reveal?
No blood was indicated on the right-hand swab or the left-hand swab. From the right-hand swab, a full profile attributable to Brendan Banfield was detected, and there was a profile different from Brendan Banfield, but it was of no value due to the unknown number of contributors and the limited information obtained. For the left-hand sample, a full profile attributable to Brendan Banfield was detected, and there was a mixture profile different from Brendan Banfield detected. And Juliana Magalhães and Joseph Ryan were eliminated as contributors to a different profile. For this profile, I'm not offering conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield, and that was due to laboratory resource management considerations. It would involve the software, and it didn't appear to me that it was particularly probative. However, if requested, that statistical analysis could have been done.
Okay, but we didn't dig into this. And were you aware that Mr. Banfield was permitted to wash his hands prior to the collection of these swabs?
I believe I was told that, yes.
Okay, and would that have affected your testing?
The washing could remove blood and DNA.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to direct you to Commonwealth's 131, previously admitted. All right, this photograph is of Mr. Banfield's coat, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about the testing that you did on this item. You reported in your certificate that there were several testing locations. Are those locations marked on this photograph?
Most of them are. The only ones that aren't are the general swabbings that I made of the exterior of the left sleeve, the front and the rear, from about midway to the top of the sleeve.
Okay, so if we dig into your report then, can we talk about your testing of each of the areas on the coat? What did your testing reveal?
Yes, I was requested to examine the exterior back of the coat and the exterior of the sleeves, except for the cuff areas for blood and DNA. On the exterior back of the right sleeve, there were 2 red-brown stained areas, and blood was indicated in each of these areas. And I arbitrarily designated one as A and the other as B. And I developed DNA mixture profiles from each of these stained areas. And Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães were each eliminated as contributors to those mixture profiles. I referred the data from the mixture profile from stained area A to another analyst for analysis with the software for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and any statistics, if applicable. For stained area B, for that stained area, I'm not sure if I mentioned that Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães were each eliminated as contributors to that profile. I'm not offering any conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan, and that's because it was an approximately equivalent profile to stained area A, and to conserve lab resources and prevent redundancy, I'm not offering conclusions.
All right, what other areas of the jacket did you test?
There was an area on the exterior rear, the lower left side, and an area on the exterior rear on the upper left shoulder area. And these were discolored areas, and the blood tests were inconclusive for each of these areas. I developed DNA mixture profiles from each area. Joseph Ryan was eliminated as a contributor to each of these mixture profiles. For the mixture profile developed from the exterior and the lower left side, I referred the data for that mixture profile to another analyst for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield, Brendan Banfield, and Juliana Perez Magalhães using the statistical software. For the area on the upper left shoulder area on the left side, that was an approximately equivalent mixture profile. So to avoid redundancy, I did not refer that mixture profile for further analysis, and I'm not offering any conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield, Brendan Banfield, or Juliana Perez Magalhães.
All right.
There were 3 additional areas that I tested.
Oh, I'm sorry,
not
keep
sure.
going, more coat.
Yeah. On the exterior rear, the lower right side, and on the exterior front of the left sleeve and the exterior back of the left sleeve from midway to the top of the sleeve, blood was indicated in each of those 3 samples. And I did develop DNA mixture profiles. However, none of them were suitable for comparison due to the unknown number of contributors and the complex nature.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to have you take a look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 139, and we'll scroll through to 142. Do you recognize these items?
I do.
Go back one. What was the result of the testing on the shoes of Juliana identified in your lab?
There were 16 stained areas across both of the shoes, on the exterior bottoms and on the exterior lower front, rear, and back sides. Blood was indicated in each of those 16 areas. I developed DNA mixture profiles from each of those areas. 5 of them were not suitable for comparison due to the unknown number of contributors and the complexity. For the remaining 11, a major profile was developed, and Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of the major profile developed, and the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the major profile developed from these 11 stained areas is 1 in approximately 7.2 billion in each of the 3 population groups. For 8 of the 11 areas, Juliana Perez Magalhães, Brendan Banfield, and Joseph Ryan are eliminated as contributors of the major profiles. However, the minor profiles were not suitable for comparison, either due to the limited information obtained or to the complex nature. For the remaining 3, for 1, Juliana Perez Magalhães, Brendan Banfield, and Joseph Ryan were eliminated from the mixtures as a whole. For the remaining 2, Joseph Ryan and Juliana Perez Magalhães were eliminated as contributors of the mixture profiles as a whole, and I'm not offering conclusions with respect to Brendan Banfield and those mixture profiles, and that was due to laboratory resource management reasons.
Okay, let's take a look at what I would like to offer as here we go. Commonwealth's 164 Certificate of Laboratory Analysis from June 10th, 2024.
Any objection to 164? All right, 164 in evidence.
Thank you. All right, the testing just keeps coming. In this particular instance, you tested item 24, the fitted sheet. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right, this is the sheet from the primary bedroom. Is that your understanding?
it is.
What were the results of your testing, this time for blood, right?
Yes, I was asked to test a specific red-brown area. It was on the exterior of one of the corners, and blood was indicated in the sample, and I developed a DNA mixture profile. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães were eliminated as contributors to the mixture profile, and I referred the data for this mixture profile to another analyst for evaluation with this specialized software and for conclusions with respect to Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and any statistics if applicable.
Okay. Item 118, the sneaker insert from the tennis shoe of Juliana. This time you were testing not the outside of the shoe, but rather the inside. Is that correct?
I was asked to test the staining on the left sneaker insert.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's 143, previously admitted, just so we can see what you're talking about. Was this the object that you tested?
Yes,
Okay, tell us about the results.
there were 2 red-brown stained areas. One is within that circle that you see on the screen, and another area above, the staining above that area. And blood was indicated in each of those areas. And DNA mixture profiles were developed with the same major profile, and Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor as a major contributor to those mixture profiles. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as major contributors to the mixture profiles. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the major profile developed from these 2 areas from the insert is 1 in greater than 8.1 billion in each of the 3 population groups. My laboratory had undergone a revision of its manuals, and the approximation of the world population had been updated from 7.2 to 8.1. The minor profiles developed from each of these areas were not suitable for comparison due to the limited information, or I'm sorry, I believe it's for the complex nature of the information.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's previous exhibits, 134, 135, and 136. So here's 134, 135, 136. And we'll start back with 135. These are Brendan Banfield's jeans, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and looking at this photograph, we have a close-up of 5 spots. Is that accurate?
yes,
Okay. Did you test those spots individually?
I did.
And how did you identify those spots in your testing?
Well, I was directed to examine these 5 stains and an additional 6 stain on the rear of the jeans near the waistband. And I labeled them from top to bottom. I designated them A, B, C, D, and E.
Okay, and so that would be, if you see my cursor, A, B, C, D, and E. Is that accurate?
Right, for the area on the exterior front of the right pant leg.
Okay, and then we had this spot on the back, correct?
Correct,
Okay, and that was tested as well.
yes.
Okay, and what did your testing reveal?
Blood was indicated in each of the stains. I developed 4 single source profiles. It was the same single source profile. From the remaining 2 areas, I developed mixtures with the same major profile, which was also the same profile as the single source profile developed from the 4 previous stains. And Christine Banfield could not be eliminated as a contributor of this profile. And the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed is 1 in greater than 8.1 billion in each of the 3 population groups. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as contributors to this profile. For the 2 areas where there were mixtures, the minor profiles were not suitable for comparison due to the limited information obtained.
Okay, so let's talk about this for just a second, because we have 5 blood droplets, for lack of a better description, and you're telling us that you found a major profile and that was Christine Banfield, or that she could not be eliminated, but you did find a minor profile. Were you surprised to find a minor contributor here to these seemingly singular drops of blood?
The minor profiles were very limited. The testing is sensitive, so it's not unusual to see that. And in order to test these, they were so small and they weren't absorbing well onto a swab. I actually had to cut through the material. So there could have been some trace DNA on the interior of the pants that I might be detecting.
All right, because these pants were on someone when they were collected, correct? To your knowledge?
That would be my understanding, yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's previously admitted 125. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
Okay. And this is Joseph Ryan's backpack, is that correct?
Correct.
Does the circle mark the area from which you drew your samples?
That was the area that I was asked to test, and I took a representative sample of the red-brown staining, and blood was indicated. And Joseph Ryan couldn't be eliminated as a contributor of the profile that I developed from this stained area. The other 3 individuals were eliminated as contributors to this DNA profile, and the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with a DNA profile matching the profile developed from the stained area on the backpack is 1 in greater than 8.1 billion in each of the 3 population groups.
All right. I believe you had 1 additional sheet, but that did not indicate any positive profiles, or there were not any profiles developed from the items that were tested. In that case, the over-the-ear hearing protection, Juliana's socks, and the stain swab from the Hyundai. Is that correct?
From the socks, I developed profiles, mixture profiles, but they weren't suitable for comparison due to the complexity and/or the complex nature. For the over-the-ear hearing protection, I collected a sample from the ear cushions, but that profile did not meet the quantitation threshold in order to continue the testing, so DNA analysis was discontinued.
Okay, and we'll just go ahead and make sure that everyone has everything. That's what would be Commonwealth's 163, the Certificate of Laboratory Analysis from April 2nd, 2024, offered in evidence.
Any objection? All right, in evidence.
All right, I believe I do not have any further questions. Doctor, thank you so much. I'm sorry, Ms. Colombo, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate your answer any questions that Mr. Carroll might have for you at
We
this
will
time.
do that after afternoon break.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break. Please do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Since you're still on the stand, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include the prosecutors at this point, okay?
Thank you.
We'll be back. Let's come back at 3:45.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, 3:45.
All rise.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And I forget, do I call you Dr. Colombo?
No,
Mrs. Colombo?
Miss.
Mrs. Colombo?
Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any questions about your lab sheets. We've discussed this before, so I appreciate that. I do have a question, though, regarding transfer DNA. Would you be able to talk about that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll just give you a factual scenario. If you have the same mixture on someone's hand and that hand hits someone on a certain part of the body, would you expect transfer in the same identifying amounts from the hand to the body?
So the ability to develop DNA profiles as a result of transfer, it's dependent on a number of unpredictable variables. So if the hand with the stain was still wet and it was very soon that the contact was made, I would suspect, well, with each transfer, there's a loss of information, but I would expect that sample to transfer.
Okay. Thank you. That's the only question I have.
All right, assume no redirect then. All right, is this witness subject to recall?
She is not. Thank you.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Colombo.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness?
Dr. Susan Greenspan, please.
Face down, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Yes, I do.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Doctor. Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Susan Greenspoon, it's Susan and Greenspoon.
Thank you. What is your current occupation and where are you employed?
I'm a forensic molecular biologist at the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
How long have you been with DFS?
I've been with DFS for over 24 years now.
All right. And did you have employment in the area of forensic testing prior to DFS?
Yes, I worked at the Detroit Police Department Crime Lab for 6 years prior to joining DFS.
Okay. Outside of your formal education, did you receive any training to work at DFS?
Well, I was trained as a DNA examiner at the Detroit Police Department Crime Lab prior to coming to DFS. And so I was a court qualified DNA examiner. So once I got to DFS, I was already qualified as a DNA examiner, but I did receive additional training for various specialties such as probabilistic genotype software analysis and other special types of casework activities that I performed at DFS. I did receive additional training for that.
Okay, thank you. What are your responsibilities at the Department of Forensic Science?
My primary responsibilities are to head the research and validation program for the forensic biology unit. I also perform specialized casework such as for probabilistic genotyping and relationship testing statistical analysis. I mentor graduate students primarily through Virginia Commonwealth University master's program, and I help troubleshoot various technical problems that occur in the laboratory, and then also assist the program manager when, on specific kinds of tasks that may need my assistance.
Thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified in Fairfax County as an expert?
Yes, I have.
Do you know approximately how many times?
I've testified over 60 times, approximately 70 times, I guess.
All right, thank you. Judge, at this time, I would offer Dr. Greenspoon as an expert in the field of forensic science and DNA analysis.
Any objection? All right, so moved.
Thank you. All right, so we've heard a little bit about DNA testing using the PowerPlex fusion amplification system. You, however, in the testing that you did in this case, used the True Allele casework system. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Can you tell us a little bit about the difference between PowerPlex and True Allele?
Well, the PowerPlex fusion system is used to generate the DNA profiles. It's used in combination with the PCR thermocycler, a machine that uses the chemicals and the specific components of the PowerPlex fusion system to generate millions of copies of specific regions of the DNA that vary among people. And that's what we use for human identification analysis. That's what PowerPlex fusion is used for. What the True Allele casework system does is it takes the raw data produced by the instrumentation used to visualize those DNA samples, and it utilizes that data to model forensic casework samples. So it models the DNA mixture samples in such a way that allows it to separate out the DNA profiles for the unknown contributors to that mixture. So if you have multiple contributors to a DNA sample that's a forensic unknown casework sample, a program such as True Allele that performs probabilistic genotyping will propose a model to explain that DNA mixture in terms of the DNA profiles for the contributors to that mixture. So it models it, it proposes a model, it tests that model using probability assessments, and then it changes the model, and then it tests it, and it does this, iteratively, repeatedly for millions of times. And so it does it millions of times, it proposes a model, it tests it to see how well does it explain this mixture, and then it does this over and over and over. And at the end of its analysis, the software program analysis, then it comes up with the most likely DNA profiles for these unknown contributors to this DNA sample.
All right, so in this case, you were provided with items that had been previously tested and resulted in mixture of profiles that you then used True Allele to sort out. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. For comparison, what did you receive from the 4 potential individuals in this case from whom you then had to, or from which you then had to develop profiles?
The DNA profiles in this case were developed by Ms. Colombo. She performed all the DNA analysis. She provided electronic data from the instrument itself that the instrument produced when it was visualizing and separating out and visualizing these DNA products, these DNA typing products. So she provided that electronic data to me for analysis for the specific samples that were earmarked for true allele analysis, this true allele casework probabilistic genotyping system. So she provided those to me on that electronic data to me on a secured server that we all can access in forensic biology around the state. And she also provided copies, hard copies, printed copies of the DNA profiles that she developed, because I'm dealing with the raw data that I upload to the software program, but then she provides with the DNA profiles that she generated. So I have a bigger picture of what's been developed on the DNA testing side in the case.
Okay, so let's turn to what I'm going to display here as Commonwealth's 165. I'd like to offer into evidence at this point in time the certificate of analysis dated June 7th, 2024.
Any objection? All right, so entered.
All right, so reviewing this certificate of analysis, I see that you were comparing buccal samples, or at least the data as you have described that was previously analyzed and produced, shared with you, that resulted in profiles for Brendan Banfield, Juliana Perez-Magalhães, Christine Banfield, and Joseph Ryan, for comparison with then the sample from the coat from Brendan Banfield. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
And what did your testing reveal?
If I can refer to my copy, or no, if you scroll. So
Your preference, I can either, I don't know if you can
this
read
is
it.
fine.
Okay.
So I want to just provide a little bit more information about this process, because the True Allele Casework probabilistic genotyping software program separates out and generates the most likely DNA profiles for these unknown contributors to this mixture. After that work is done, then a comparison is made to reference samples, known DNA profiles for persons of interest. The comparison is, so the probabilistic genotyping system simplifies these mixtures. And then comparisons are made then to the analyzed mixture sample in the form of a likelihood ratio using these reference samples. This report reports the likelihood ratio values. A likelihood ratio compares two alternative explanations for the DNA, the forensic DNA sample, the mixture sample, based on this comparison with this reference sample, with the person of interest. So the first, the two different alternative explanations are that the probability of generating this, or the probability of observing this DNA mixture profile if the person of interest is a contributor, versus the alternate explanation, which is the probability of observing this DNA mixture if somebody else, not that person of interest, is a contributor. So the likelihood ratio can be over 1, and that lends support to the first explanation, or it can be below 1, and that lends support for the alternate explanation. So the larger the value, the stronger the support for the first explanation in this case.
All right, so looking at the results that were produced from the testing on Mr. Banfield's jacket, we looked, I believe the area that was first reported was the testing on the exterior rear lower left side of the coat.
Yes, so on evaluation of the mixture profile, I told the software program that I estimated there to be 3 contributors to this mixture. That was from my human evaluation of this, the DNA profile generated by Ms. Colombo. So assuming the DNA profile that was previously developed from an area on the exterior rear and lower left side of Brendan Banfield's coat is a mixture of 3 unknown contributors, then the TrueAllele casework system objectively inferred genotypes solely from these data. So we do perform duplicate analyses. We're required to generate at least 2 concordant analyses that they confirm each other's results. So following these duplicate reproducible analyses, then the computer then compared each inferred contributor genotype to the provided reference genotypes of Brendan Banfield, Juliana Perez Magalhães, and Christine Banfield relative to the reference populations to compute the likelihood ratio, match statistics. So based on these results, Brendan Banfield cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this DNA mixture profile, and the DNA profile developed from an area on the exterior rear lower left side of Brendan Banfield's coat at the Powerplex fusion loci is approximately 21 million times more likely if it originated from Brendan Banfield and 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population. Then it's 1 billion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Brendan Banfield and 2 unrelated individuals in the African American population than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals in the African American population. And then finally, it's 29 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from Brendan Banfield and 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Hispanic population than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals in the Hispanic population.
Okay, so if we boil that down, Brendan Banfield is on Brendan Banfield's coat.
Well, there is statistical DNA and statistical support that for the explanation that Mr. Banfield is on Mr. Banfield's coat.
Okay,
Yes.
but more than that was found, right?
Yes.
And without going into the population and probabilistic information, we saw that the other profiles that were developed were from who?
Well, then similarly, a comparison with this mixture sample was made with Ms. Magalhães' reference DNA profile. These values wound up being considered, based on our internal validation testing, to be uninformative or inconclusive. They were not large values. And so these values were 310 times more likely.
Okay, so we could identify that Juliana's DNA was inconclusive. We weren't able to necessarily make a match there. Is that fair?
We would state it as it was just uninformative. We can't draw conclusions
Okay.
as to whether there's support or not for that.
Thank you. How about Christine's DNA?
So for Christine's DNA, the statistics were 18 billion times more likely for this profile to be observed, this DNA mixture profile to be observed if it originated from Christine Banfield and 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population.
So in our mixture, we have most likely Brendan and Christine. Is that accurate? I know I'm dumbing down the science here, and I apologize, but to just be as simplified about it as we can.
We would say that the TrueAllele casework probabilistic genotyping analysis provided support, statistical support for Christine Banfield and Brendan Banfield to be contributors to this mixture.
All right, and then we looked at the stain A from the coat. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
from of the two, stain A of the two stained areas, approximately midway.
Right, and again, certainly not trying to limit the extensive effort that you put in here to determine the results, but as a summary, whose DNA could not be eliminated from consideration as a contributor to the mixture at stain A?
Well, at stain A then, Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan cannot be eliminated as contributors to this stain A.
Thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to what I will offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 167. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, can I confirm that we just did 166?
No, we did 165.
That's what I felt like. Okay. Thank you, Judge. In which case, let me look at 166. That is not what I want. So I am going to jump, Judge, to Exhibit 167. And if I can take just a step back. All right, we're going to go with 166. Judge, at this time, I would offer Commonwealth's 166 into evidence.
All right, any objection to 166?
Yeah, sorry.
But I think to the
The
top.
other way to the top. Certificate of analysis dated June 17th, 2024.
No objection, okay, no objection to 166. So 166 is never.
Thank you. Dr. Greenspoon, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And here we are again using true allele to learn more about the blood that was tested by Ms. Colombo on the fitted sheet from the master bedroom. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Tell us what we learned about the mixture profiles that were present on the sheet in the blood sampled here.
Okay, on the sheet,
Do you need me to scroll back up just a bit?
it's okay, for this, the representative sample from a stained area on the sheet, I estimated there to be 2 contributors to this mixture sample. And so based on the true allele analysis, Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this DNA mixture profile. And the DNA profile developed from a representative sample of the stained area on the exterior of one of the corners of the sheet of the Powerplex fusion loci is approximately 12 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Christine Banfield and one unrelated unknown individual in the Caucasian population than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population, and 6.3 octillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Christine Banfield and one unrelated unknown individual in the African American population than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the African American population, and then 160 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Christine Banfield and one unrelated unknown individual in the Hispanic population than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Hispanic population.
Okay, and then who was the other contributor?
And then the other individual who cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this mixture was Joseph Ryan, and the values were 530 sextillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Joseph Ryan and one unrelated unknown individual in the Caucasian population than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the Caucasian population, and 960 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Joseph Ryan and one unrelated unknown individual in the African American population than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals in the African-American population. And then finally, it was 6.1 septillion times more likely to be observed if it originated from Joseph Ryan and one unrelated unknown individual in the Hispanic population than if it originated from two unrelated unknown individuals in the Hispanic population.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's 167. And before offering that into evidence, just going to scroll down so you can take a look at it. I believe you've had the opportunity to look at it before today, but let me ask you, do you know Lisa Schermeyer-Wood?
Yes, she's a colleague of mine at the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
Okay. And this document, Commonwealth's 167, was this drafted by Lisa Schermeyer-Wood?
Yes, this is her certificate of analysis.
Have you had the opportunity to review it, and are you comfortable reporting her findings to the court?
Yes, I did review her case file prior to coming in here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Judge, at this time, Commonwealth would offer as Commonwealth's 167, Certificate of Laboratory Analysis dated July 13th, 2023.
Any objection? All right, 167 in evidence.
All right, thank you. All right, what was tested here? The swab from the stain on the side of the bed frame, is that correct?
And the knife.
And the knife. And what, as I scroll down to a stopping point, were the results of the testing on the mixture profile from the underside of the handle of the knife near the juncture of the blade and the handle?
Okay. And the stain was designated B3. And the estimate was that it's a mixture of two unknown contributors.
And I think we can probably, looking at these numbers, again, we're talking about octillions and septillions. These feel like very convincing numbers to me. Are they pretty strong?
Those are large values, yes.
Okay. So without diving into the values, were you able to determine who the two contributors were here to the stain on the underside of the knife?
Well, the program, True Little Casework, doesn't identify an individual, but it does analyze and compare to the reference profile, and the likelihood ratio generates support for one explanation or the other. And in this case, the likelihood ratios for both, we lost the report.
Yep, I see that. It's telling me that the battery is running low and it's plugged in.
Okay, so the likelihood ratios generated showed statistical support for the explanation of both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan as contributors to this stain, or the stain B on the knife handle. B3, sorry, the stain B3 on the knife handle.
Sorry, bear with me here for just a second. I'm just going to go through every possible combination of chords. I got it. All right. So we established our contributors to the stain on the underside of the knife. How about when we looked at the stain from the swab, the swab of the stain from the side of the bed frame?
So based on the true allele analysis, using the DNA profile data generated by Ms. Colombo, the swab from the side of the bed frame was estimated to be a mixture of two people. And based on these results, the true allele casework analysis results, Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this DNA mixture, and Joseph Ryan also cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this DNA mixture.
Thank you. I want to go back really quick on the knife. We have a mixture, we have contributors. The sample is identified as blood on the underside of the handle near the blade /handled juncture. Can you be certain that the mixture of DNA was extracted from blood and not skin cells?
No, it could be a combination of blood and skin cells. It could be just blood, since blood was detected. So we can't actually discern that.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I do not believe I have any additional questions for this witness.
All right.
Please answer any questions Mr. Carroll might have.
Cross-examination, do you have any? No questions. All right, is this witness subject to recall?
She is not.
All right. Is she subject to recall, Mr. Carroll? Okay, you're free to go. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness,
Madeline Crowley.
Madeline Crowley.
Yes, ma'am. And Your Honor, if I may address the court, it had been my intention before calling the first witness to alert the court to Mr. Carroll has agreed that Mr. Gundekunst is no longer subject to recall.
Okay.
And
all
so
right,
we'd ask he be released.
All right, is that true? All right, I'll make that notation. It'll be noted on the record.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you today?
Good afternoon, I'm good, thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
My name is Madeline Crowley, Madeline
Thank you. What is your current occupation and where are you employed?
I am a senior DNA analyst and a DNA analyst trainer at Bodie Technology.
How long have you been employed at Bodie?
I've been employed for about 7.5 years.
All right. Did you have any experience in analyzing DNA prior to working for Bodie?
No, I began working the year that I graduated, and I graduated with a degree where I learned and had experience in the DNA analysis process.
All right. What are your responsibilities as a DNA analyst for Bodie?
As a DNA analyst, I am responsible for directing and overseeing the in-lab processing of casework samples, analyzing the results, performing comparisons and statistics as needed, documenting the findings in a formal report, and testifying as needed.
Did Bodie have you go through any training programs when you came to work for them?
Yes, Bodie has a very thorough training program that lasts approximately 6 months. I was required to attend lectures, read required readings, observe qualified individuals in each procedure that I was training in. I then was required to complete 3 sets of mock cases from start to finish, meaning from receiving the evidence, doing that in lab processing, doing my interpretations, and writing the reports. These 3 sets, the first was a supervised set where I was observed by a qualified individual. The next was unsupervised, and the last was a competency set where I was to complete all casework independently. After successful completion of these 3 sets, I then was required to take a written exam on theory of procedure, complete a verbal exam on troubleshooting complex scenarios, and participate in a mock trial from one of the cases in my competency set. And I was required to have earned an 80% or higher on all of those exams, and I did satisfactorily and became qualified as an analyst.
Thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert before?
I have.
All right. I'm going to ask at this time that Ms. Crowley be admitted as an expert in DNA analysis.
Any objection? No. All right, so moved.
Thank you. Tell us a little bit about Bodie. We've heard from DFS. Is Bodie established here in Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have they been performing DNA testing?
Since 1995, so about 31 years.
Okay. Are they accredited?
Yes, we are.
All right. Does your lab have a quality assurance process to ensure the reliability of their testing?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, was Bodie Technology given items of evidence to analyze for this case?
Yes, we were.
I'm going to direct you to what is marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 168, a certificate of analysis from December 21st, 2023. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
All right, Commonwealth would offer that into evidence at this time.
Any objection? All right,
All right.
168 in evidence.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to shift for just a second back over to what was previously admitted as Commonwealth's 150. Joe Ryan's jeans. Does this photo accurately depict the items that were received by Bodie for testing?
Yes, it does.
Okay, what areas of this item were sampled?
So within the red-brown staining on the upper right thigh of the jeans, we took 2 samples. We sampled one area within that red-brown staining, and we sampled another area between and around that red-brown staining.
And did you receive samples for comparison?
Yes, we did not receive physical samples to test. We received submitted DNA profiles for comparison.
And what were the results and conclusions from the sample of the jeans leg avoiding staining? So not the red-brown, but the area outside the red-brown.
May I refer, Your Honor, may I
Yes.
refer to my report?
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Thank
I can
you.
switch back over to it, or if you have your own copy. All right, where would you like me to stop?
The number 2.
Page 2?
No, the
Sorry.
number 2
Number
and
2,
results.
there you go. I think that gets most of it in there.
Yes. So the DNA profile obtained from, this is the portion avoiding the red-brown staining, is consistent with a mixture of 3 or more individuals with a major mixture component of 2 individuals, including a major male contributor. This deduced major component DNA profile matches the DNA profile provided for Joseph Ryan. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 180 septillion in the US population. The deduced minor component DNA profile matches the DNA profile for Christine Banfield. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 83 sextillion in the US population. There were 2 locations that we tested not used in that statistical calculation due to the inability to resolve a minor component. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Magalhães are excluded as possible contributors to the major mixture component DNA profile deduced from the sample listed above. And due to the possibility of allelic dropout, no conclusions can be made on the minor alleles that are not part of the major mixture.
All right, so let's talk really quickly about major and minor. We talked about this on the phone at one point. Does it inherently mean that there is more of the substance being tested, let's say blood, if it's a major contributor, and less DNA in the substance being tested if it's a minor contributor?
So a major contributor is able to be deduced when we have more of that component than the rest of the profile. So yes, being able to pull a major component means that there was more DNA from that component, that individual, in the evidence sample.
Okay, but again, more DNA, not necessarily more blood or
Correct, more DNA.
skin cells, more anything. It's specifically, if we were to take a pin dot, it's within that pin dot of matter that you're testing that you see a minor and major contributor. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also tested the red-brown staining itself. What were the results of that testing?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of 3 or more individuals with a major mixture component of 2 individuals, including a major male contributor. The deduced major component DNA profile matches the DNA profile provided for Joseph Ryan. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 180 septillion in the US population.
This deduced minor component DNA profile matches the DNA profile provided for Christine Banfield. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this DNA profile is at least 1 in 12 sextillion in the US population. The following loci were not used in the statistical calculation. There were 4 locations not used in this statistical calculation due to the inability to resolve a minor component. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Magalhães are excluded as possible contributors to the major mixture component of that DNA profile. And due to the possibility of allelic dropout, no conclusions can be made on the minor alleles that were not part of that major mixture component.
Thank you. Quick question. Do you know why Fairfax County sent this item to your lab, Bodie Technologies, rather than leaving it with DFS?
Specifically for this case, no, we were not informed why they chose to have us process the case. However, this is typical. As we are a private lab, we receive requests from state labs to do processing.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions of this witness.
All right, cross-examination. All right, is she subject to recall then?
She is not.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, ma'am. Have a good
Thank
day.
you.
You have another witness?
Judge, I just have a stipulated document that I'd like to put into evidence.
Okay.
Judge, at this time, I would like to offer into evidence as Commonwealth's 169, a report from DNA Labs International, previously referred to by our witness, Mr. Leech, as DLI, specifically the testing of the zipper, button, and waistband area of the blue jeans from Joseph Ryan, which indicated the presence of DNA from Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. Brendan Banfield and Juliana were excluded as contributors. The mixture profile was tested using StirMix, and the probabilistic information is contained within the report.
All right, any objection then? All right, 169 is in evidence.
And at that point in time, Judge, the Commonwealth is out of witnesses.
For today.
For today.
Okay. All right, that's fine, ladies and gentlemen. It's 4:30. We can go ahead and break. We're actually going to be breaking until Tuesday now because you don't come tomorrow, so you get the day off. And we will reconvene on Tuesday since Monday is a holiday. Okay, so make sure you are here early on Monday. I am going to read you a few instructions. This is the same instruction I gave you the first day when you were impaneled, just a little longer so we can remember my order and remember what your obligations are during this weekend, okay? So you are not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking site or streaming service. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your fellow jurors, friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. For example, you cannot look up information up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case. You cannot do your own type of demonstrations or trying to figure out things on your own. Please don't do that. Nor may you consult dictionaries or other reference materials. What you learn in this case is limited to what you learn in the 4 walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. Okay, so make sure you understand that. Just have a restful weekend. Please take care of yourselves, keep yourselves healthy, and we'll see you on Tuesday, okay? Thank you. Enjoy your weekend. You're going to get all the electronic files, Ms. Sands, to Shannon, so we can take
We've
those.
already handed over most of them. We have this last batch.
All right.
And you're good to go.
All right, I assume we are still on track.
Judge, I have 2 remaining witnesses. My first witness will take, my guess is probably an hour of my time in direct, and then Mr. Carroll's time in cross. My second witness will then take approximately 15 minutes. And then at that point in time, I will do the rest.
You would rest upon after those two witnesses. So we are far ahead of schedule, I would say. All right, so then are you prepared for, it sounds like Tuesday afternoon to be able to put on evidence?
Yes.
Okay,
I will say this.
you need to use the microphone, sir. I know you like to walk around. I apologize.
That I anticipate hearing their witness, and it's related to one of the motions that we had previously, so they're
Okay.
going to be specific.
Do you want to avoid the witness outside the presence of the jury?
That
or-
might be a good idea.
Okay, do we want to do that? Is that your first witness on Monday?
It is.
Okay, so maybe when we come in at 10 o'clock, we'll go ahead and call her as a witness first and do the voir dire first. And then after we've resolved whatever, we can bring the jury in then for her, whatever testimony is allowed.
Yes, yes,
Does that
ma'am.
sound okay?
That sounds great.
And you'll be ready to go for
I'll be ready.
Tuesday afternoon. I'm sorry, not Monday, Tuesday.
Tuesday
Afternoon.
If Your Honor has told the jury to come at 10, would you prefer to have the witness present early?
No, I don't think the voir dire, at least from the experience I've had so far in this case, I don't think the voir dire will take very long of the witness. So I think we can work that out pretty quickly. So I'd rather them be here on time and they can just stay back there for a few minutes. That's fine. All right. Okay. All right. Enjoy your weekend then.
Yes, thank you,
We will
Judge.
see you on Tuesday.
All right.
All right.
All good? Yep. Thanks.
Thank you. I was also missing 231, which was just a photo of a cell phone.
The phone should be 232, A, B, C, D, E, F, and
Right.
233.
Well, 232A and then 233A through